back at it. We're here. We're doing more Silent Hill. We think that we found a solution to the shit that it's been pulling. It is in fact not my internet. Internet's not the problem. It does appear to be like a memory leak, which makes sense, but it's still really fucking annoying that that's a thing that I'm having to deal with this stupid fucking game. Just add that to the list of things that are annoying me about it. Even still, it's like super early. It's like, it's 4 to 10 right now, which is way earlier than I usually stream, but I can't stress enough how much I can't stop thinking about this game. And again, like, I know I mentioned it yesterday, it's not necessarily a good thing. It's not a whole, it's not the thing where you're like, oh, like, this is really good and I'm really liking this and I want to keep playing and I want to keep seeing what's going on. I'm just sitting here being like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And I just want to get to the end. I just want to get to the end so I can then either understand what the fuck or continue to just question what the fuck. Yeah, so that's that's that. Plus I wanted to, like, I don't know, I just wanted to, like, start this early, get it going, have it come across the issue it's gonna have because we know it's going to, and then see if just restarting the game fixes it. We'll see. But yeah, it's time. Are y'all ready? Before we start, I have a soda. It is not cold though, but I also have a glass of some ice. Well, it's not a glass, it's a measuring cup, but you know, it works. It is a vessel with which liquid can go into. I can decant a soda into this glass. Yeah, I keep wanting to like this. I want to see Blooper succeed. They make it really fucking hard to like, just to like anything that they're doing. Game would you like to capture? Please. Consider? There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot. Like, all of the time. It's just a lot. And I don't know. Like, right when I think I'm starting to like it, then they do something else that's, like, really annoying. And then, as soon as I come to terms with that, it's like, okay, well, let's throw on another really obnoxious thing for you. How about that? And it's like, you're making it really hard to, ma'am, to be okay with what's happening. I know we got over here. Right, there's a wall that I can break. Okay. I was like, I remember we got over here and then we had to, like, call it quits. But I remember. Alright. We're just, like, getting right on in there, huh? No spitting on me. None spit. I was scared that he was gonna try and shoot her again. Despite the fact that I was definitely pushing the melee button. Okay, James. Jesus, I swear to God, you get louder every time we come back. Christ, man. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Blooper's just making it really hard to be okay with anything that they're doing. No, I should probably reload, huh? Is my shotgun reloaded? No. But yeah, I'm hoping that if we do come across the issue of the It's a little rusty out. Hi, Gooey. I'm hoping that if we come across the issue of it, like, just tanking on us, that a reset will fix it. We'll see, though. Okay, well, that's not where that goes. Oh, I have to push it through, huh? How's it going? How are you doing this morning? James? You wanna... Where? Here? Here. Yes, because off to the side makes sense. Just in that one spot. Looper, why are you like this? Oh, boy. You got this. You're gonna get through it. You're gonna do the shift. It's gonna be great. Or at least not horrible. And you'll be done. That's exciting. Fuck. Damn! Well, this is a problem. For me, specifically. Okay, be done! Be done! Be done! Great. Cool. Cool. Love this. I don't know which enemy I'm hitting. James, please. Nope. Lady's gotten up. Oh my god. Okay. We did it. I am getting through my health again, and that's less than ideal. Please give me more? More health items, please? I keep mentioning it, and I'm gonna keep mentioning it. This whole, you have to be in this exact spot to be able to pick up or activate, interact with whatever it is that we're wanting you to interact with. Kind of obnoxious. Kinda don't like it. Just make it be a generalized area. I think just stay down when you download the first time in the first version. So in, so they wouldn't necessarily come back if you re-entered a room. They would come back, like, on occasion, I think on, like, a harder difficulties they would, but, like, generally, like, once you've downed them, they're down. And, like, when they're on the ground, they'll still make a noise, so you can, like, you know, stomp on them or bash on them or whatever for a little bit, but the second the radio went down and stopped making noise, they were done. They were donezo. I mean, you could, like, knock enemies over and then leave them there, and then they would get up if you, like, hadn't actually killed them. But it's very hard to tell when they're, you know, actually dead in some instances. I found, at least, I'm having a hard time telling at times. He's there again, looking, staring! He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. And I won't let him take me. Well, it sounds like he might have taken you, buddy. And it's like, I don't know, it's fine if they want to change that. Like, change it so that they're not necessarily dead once they're on the ground. That's okay. But I do need some indication of whether they're a slightly more obvious indication of if they're dead or not. That's a noise. No one knows. Okay. Just a big heart in the other room. Hello? What have I done? I got a key. Duh. Those memos to go away. Director's office. Okay. Great. it's... Again, like, I understand that they're trying to be, like... I don't even know that they're trying to be more combat-focused, but there is, like, this emphasis on combat. That, as we discussed yesterday, not a huge fan of, not particularly into it. But it's like, if you're gonna do that, it's just, it's very obvious that that Blooper's not done combat before. I don't know if I'm remembering incorrectly or not, but in the first version you could just leave them on the ground, so switching to finish them off. Seems like in this one, you have to finish them off in order to just keep them down. Like I said, like, I think in some cases they could get back up, but, like, it was pretty obvious that they, like, weren't dead. I usually just stand over them and stomp on them a whole bunch, because I find that to be very cathartic. So, I also, excuse me, don't fully remember, just because I haven't experienced it in a while. There'll be no pain anymore. What does that say? No pain, no pain, no pain. I feel like there's more to that saying than just no pain, but, you know, no pain. What's this say this time? Okay. Oh! That says 3. Anything else that has a number on it? Or is that just there? I'm also a little confused about this doctor being affected by the other world, but maybe we'll fill the gaps in here. Not to say that, like, you know, the other world can't affect other people, because obviously it does and it can. Why am I finding this here? Oh, fun! Okay. Well, first let's take a peek for enemies. I don't think there are any in here, but, you know, rather safe than sorry. Oh, why are you doing that, James? Also, reload. You dweeb. What's this? Nope, don't flip. I found 0050 in the ECTA room again. This time I checked. He was not appointed for the treatment. How is it possible he got there all by himself? And how would he know how to turn the thing on? Somebody's going to answer for this. So close. It will happen. Has to. Get in there, James. Just get on in there. Trying to check corners for enemies. Hello. Where? Excuse me. There. Okay. Well, before I go through there, can I just get there from here? Yes. James, why? Where? James! He's dead. We'll just let the fart clouds go away. Come on. I am also, and again, maybe it's because I've got earbuds on and not like my good headphones. But it is a tad annoying because it doesn't seem like the sounds are like particularly, it's not like obvious what direction they're coming from, which annoys me. because I would like to know what direction the enemy is coming from. Oh my god. Really? Oh, okay. We'll just swing it into the wall. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, it was nice seeing you for a bit. I hope your shift goes well. We'll see you later, Gooey. Who's wetting out there? Out there making horrible wet noises. Is there anything over here? No. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Does Gooey make wet noises? Also, hi. How's it going? God! Yeah, you can just kind of stop. Make the noises gummy bears do? I would consider that vaguely damp sounding. Bye, Gooey. Oh boy. Okay. Hydrotherapy. Is that this room? I can't open that, can I? No, of course not. Why would I be allowed to go in there? The lock is broken. That. Excuse me. That's closed. In we go. Emonies? Nunmonies. I am actually gonna just drink that now. Might as well, because this is probably gonna be loud. Which means that there's probably gonna be enemies. You know? Or maybe not. Okay. No, excuse me, 9659. 9659. 9659. I know he's written it down, but fuck that. I want to keep track of it. 9659. 9659. Where's... kind of taking the long way, but that's fine. 9659. Alright. Please? God. Okay, can I back out, please? It won't let me. It's not letting me back out. Oh, there it goes. LOL! Sorry. -1 elevator button. I was wondering what that was. I need a ring. I was wondering about that. To an extent. I mean, it was a thing in the back of my brain of just being like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, let's do a save. You know what? Maybe like every hour, hour and a half, we'll like close the game. And then restart it. See if that fixes the problem.
Hey everyone! Thanks for tuning in!
Yup.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat.
Not feeling this voice actor.
Questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest dreams. Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland.
James Scrankerman.
You ready to play Trick or Treat? Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill, resulting in the death of many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery grave. How many souls were lost during the plague?
Remember.
1, 42, 2, 67.
It's like 80 something, wasn't it?
3, 85.
I think it was 30.
Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it. You never know when it might come in handy. Now, on to the second question. Follow Sanders Street heading east and further on to the outskirts of town. One and only one road will take you towards the lumberyard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road? 1, Bachman Road. 2, Munson Street. 3, Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for a third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few
Walter
years back.
Sullivan.
A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were
Notice that they've changed the first two but kept the last one.
Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. One of the victims was a local boy named Billy Loquet. But what was
you want me to name the
name
sister?
of the other victim?
Okay, so we've kind of changed it.
1, Miriam. 2,
It was Miriam.
Heather. 3, Julia. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong...
Well, give me a second. We're gonna... These are all... I don't want those. I want maps. Lol, the way I just interrupted him.
Well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you somewhere, sometime, in sickness or in health.
Take Sanders. I guess they want Wiltsey?
What the hell was that?
So 331? I'm just gonna double check the memos. Oh, do I not? I thought we picked up the memo that talked about Walter killing everyone. I'm like 90% certain it's Miriam. So it's 331 is the code for that. Now the question is, where have they hidden the box? Or have they not hidden it at all and just kind of put it out in the open? Hello? Someone's gooping out there. Okay, well... Hello? Okay, well... She can be over there, I suppose. That's allowed. like to find the box. I'm gonna scream if it doesn't actually give me anything useful. And it's just another one of those, like, oh, look at that, isn't that neat? We put that in here. Don't you like that? I mean, they'd have to give me something. They wouldn't be that rude, right? Okay, James. Can you not pull out your weapon when I don't ask you to? Seems a little rude. Well, we know there's a nurse in here somewhere. There. But what is between she and I? Because there's gotta be another guy. Just to be mean. Or maybe there's not, actually. Maybe it is just her and me. Bitch. Please. Get off! There we go. Please, James, you have to break the window. Is there a reason we came to the trash? Is it just because we wanted to look at the trash? Because we couldn't find a mirror, and so we're like, hey, this'll do. Oh, hi. It takes so long for the radio to react to mannequins. Jesus. Alright. Cool. That was a great room. Glad I came in here. So dark. And again, not in the, ooh, it's so spooky kind of way. It's just, it's dark in the, wow, this is really frustrating kind of way. Oh boy. That all seems very fine and safe to be around. Things... What are we doing? What's the plan here, bud? Let's go into the laundry. I see you over there. Right in the kneecap. James. You reload? Again, they're starting to pile on the bullets. Where? Yeah, just like even like I think we like talked about it yesterday, like specifically about the whole, like, even if it wasn't like the full sound of the radio, just like a little something. Something is hiding near you, Crackle. Would be nice for mannequins. Maybe the same thing for bugs too, so you don't know what it is, and also so you don't get blasted with all the biggest sounds all the time, or every time you see a roach. Yeah, just something to help differentiate. And it doesn't even need to be like super obvious where it's like, oh, I hear this sound, therefore it's this enemy. Just like, but something to like help determine if there is danger around. That's the whole point of the radio, is to help determine if there's danger. And like, I don't know, I've noticed that it's like really inconsistent with like how loud it is, for different types of enemies or like the closeness of the enemies. On occasions, like with the mannequins, even when they've come to life, it still just won't make any noise. Like, until it'll make like a noise for a second once I've killed it. And it's like, well, that's not helpful. And again, it's not even that it doesn't add to the fear of it. It just makes it annoying. I'm just like, why are we doing it like this? What's the plan here? Who's making those sounds? I mean, that sounds like a nurse, right? Yeah, there she is. And I don't necessarily want to waste all my bullets, but I also just don't want to have to deal with the nurses all the time. That's how we get out, but is there anything in here? No. No, there is not. Hey! If you say so. Why were we focused down that hallway? James, how hurt are you? Not really that hurt. I do have 7 of these though, so go ahead and top off. We haven't found Maria, so as ominous as this hallway seems, I don't think it's necessarily chase time, no? You know what I'm saying? Okay, it says exit. Yeah, so let's go down. Let's go down hole first. Oh, never mind. Oh,
James.
it's Maria.
Mary! Oh.
I mean, Marie. Mary.
Maria, I thought.
Maria. Fuck, I'm
Sorry.
also confused now.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there. I have never been so scared in my whole life.
Oh, sucks.
All you care about is that dead wife of yours.
Maria. Yeah, sorry, I turned
Care
into
less about
fucking
me, could you?
No, I
What
just...
the fuck,
Stay with me.
Baker.
Don't leave me alone again.
What's his name?
You're supposed to take care of me.
Troy Baker. I was like, Tim? Jim? Those aren't right. Troy. Oh god. Maria.
So what about Laura?
Oh, she's
found
fine,
her?
probably.
Yeah, but she ran away.
What? Well, we
Oh,
have
I'm
to find
surprised.
her.
Yeah,
It's very
you,
on brand for her.
You really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her?
I'd never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone and... I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Okay, well,
Come on,
whatever.
Let's go look for her.
But I want to go. There's a hole there. But there's a hole there. Is there anything that I've missed in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well. I just want the box. can't get to the box. I don't know where the box is. I don't know where they put it. You see. There he is. I don't know where box is. But I want it. I want the box. Are we? Oh, we're just like, okay. We're on the opposite side of the hospital, which is nice because we've not been over here yet. Which means there's the potential for loot. I like that. I like loot. Great. Syringe. Where are you going?
What the
Not
hell
allowed
is
to run.
that?
Well, what do you know? A stroll in the rain. How romantic.
Ah!
Maria, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just humor me, okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
Why does it look like it's acid? Why is the rain smoking? Oh, sorry, Maria. I have to check doors real fast. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that and was like, this seems like not a good idea. Just like it looks like it's smoking. Excuse me. Why it do that? None of these had doors. Alright. Oh. Just a bottomless pool. Okay. Couldn't get out through any of these windows, right? Yeah, no, those are like solidly done. Oh, there's a picture over here. They mustn't know. Okay, whatever, buddy. If they mustn't know, don't take pictures then. Been watching Casual Criminalist. Simon keeps talking about don't write down your crimes, don't share your crimes, don't do anything, don't involve other people in your crimes. You know, it's just the general rules of committing crimes. Just don't document your crimes. If you don't want to get caught, don't write them down. If you don't want to get caught, don't take pictures of it. Oh.
Is that what I think it is?
I thought about this earlier. About the fact that, like, you know, I hadn't come across a refrigerator that I needed help with to open, and I was kind of excited about that, kind of happy about that. I remember coming into this room, I just don't think I fully acknowledged that this was a thing. But it's here now.
Having trouble there?
Yeah.
You can say that.
You think you could give me a hand?
Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Fine.
Oh, God.
Inky.
What's this?
Is it a lead ring?
Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
It's the lead ring.
So, where to now?
Come on. I think I know where those rings belong.
Yeah, but before we do that... Is this where we came from? Kind of? Yes? No! Okay, hold on. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. Huh? I mean, it's called the dissociated note, so I don't imagine it's supposed to make sense, but... Oh? Okay, so we can get through there now. Oh, I guess we didn't go into that room before. The doctor's lounge. Which room am I thinking of? Might be the day room that I was thinking of. Well, we went into a room and there was a lot of, like, things covered in white cloth. White sheets. It's fine. Oh god. We've played for 8 hours. Jesus. Are we seeing any place that I might be able to access that might have a box? Not really. But where... We've officially been playing for a Silent Hill 2's worth of time. Oh boy, and we're like, what? Not even halfway through? Oh god. Like I said, like, I think I heard that this game is supposed to be like 12 to 13 hours. I imagine it'll take us a while longer than that, because I am kind of wandering around and taking my time. But even so. Probably 4 or 5 hours from the end of the hospital. I would rather explode. Where... Where did the rings go? Where did we find those? Were those down in the basement? No. Oh, wait, it was where the box was. Okay, I'm an idiot. Kind of rude that he didn't mark it on the map. That is where it is, though, right? We just need to go upstairs. Oh, box! How did I walk past that before? What room is this? Whatever. What was it? 331? Oh. Okay. Get rid of those. Okay, so... He didn't say Nathan, though, did he? That there's only one road that leads out to the graveyard in the cemetery. Am I looking on the wrong part of town? Rosewater Park. The graveyard. There's nothing else that's labeled as, like, a cemetery. And he 100% did not say Nathan. So I'm pretty sure that that's correct. Did I get the last name, or did I get sister's name wrong? It's kind of annoying that I did look at the paper about Walter, and it's not, and it's, like, not in my inventory. Hold on. Oh, sorry, I realized my face cam has been off. I'm kinda looking it up. Because I'm looking up the article that is in the game. It's Miriam. Her name was Miriam. Okay. So it's... I've already forgotten all the fucking questions, and it's really annoying. Can I just... I mean, okay, so probably it's this road, or this one, that they're talking about, right? But here's the thing, it's not listed on the fucking map. And I'm a little annoyed about this. But her options were Bachman, Munson, or Wiltsey. Munson's there, so that's not it. Wiltsey was the one that I chose. But I've also forgotten which... Wait, are you kidding me? I only have the once to try? Hey game, fuck you. Whatever. Decorative box. Yeah, well, it's not like I can do shit with it anymore, James. So you might as well just cross it off on your fucking map. Sorry, that's annoyed me. Like, properly. I am irritated. Between giving me questions that I can't easily, like, refer to my notes about, despite the fact that they've given me all these useless fucking notes.
What is that?
What? Don't worry about it. It's fine. What does it say? She is an angel. No one knows. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. Okay.
James?
What's wrong?
What?
Let's just get out of here, okay?
What's wrong? I thought you wanted to get out of here.
I know. It's just... something doesn't feel right.
Come on. It's gonna be fine.
He said, lying through his teeth. It is done. Sick no more. Massive eye roll. Just because I have an idea of what's coming up, we're gonna do a save. Do you think they're gonna animate him properly, or do you think he's just gonna slide in? If you know, you know. Yeah, slide that boy. I want him sliding.
Run!
Run, Maria, run! Oh, he's coming. Whoa! I want this to be like the Deadly Premonition chases. Let me wiggle the left and right analog sticks and then do a quick time event. If you wanna beat it to quick times. You know what? Good for Pyramid Head for finding shortcuts.
There! An elevator!
How did we get ahead of her?
Come on, hurry!
Just spear her? Just a spear? Okay. Didn't even get to see the boy slide. Yeah, Pyramid Head swap into a secondary early in the game. I get it though. It's hard chasing people with that big fuck off butcher's knife, you know? He said, I know what's in store. I'm gonna lessen the load. And that's fair. It is... I will say... As much as I'm giving the game shit, that like the new cutscenes, the things that they've done for the cutscenes have been pretty solid so far. Like, I've not been mad about any of them, honestly. It's just everything else around it that's frustrating. Well, before we leave, I do just want to take a peek around, make sure I've gotten everything. Hospital entrance. Oh, well, I guess we needed to come here anyway. James, I think we need to stop chasing after this child. It's starting to get weird. Potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there's no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant, excuse me. Some say it isn't even an illness. Cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? These are the questions. Okay, well, that's everything. Actually, we are gonna do... It's been an hour since I've launched the game, and everything seems to be holding up fine for right now, but we are gonna save and then just restart. And see if that helps us be able to stream for a little longer. So, hi Sylvia! How is it going? Apparently, not that many people have gotten through Flesh Lips, let alone the chase in Brookhaven. And I don't know if that's just because people haven't been playing that much, or if people have quit before then. But yeah, how are you doing? How's it going? Oh my god, excuse me. I need to move my fan real quick. It is blowing directly on me. Which was lovely earlier. It was a little warm in here. But it is not as warm now, and my legs are getting cold. Alright, let's... Game, please. There we go. Good playing the latest Zelda game? Are you liking it? That just recently came out, didn't it? Like, within the last week or two? Sniffles. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm full of more coughs than normal today. I went for a little drive this morning. It was delightful. A couple of weekends ago. Okay, cool. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm doing alright. Like I said, like, I went for a drive this morning just to wander about. And it was really nice. Got some grocery shopping done as well. And, yeah. A little stressed about this next week. But, you know, we'll get through it. We're gonna get things done, and it's gonna be good, and it's gonna be fine. And we're gonna do a great job of coping with everything. Okay, outside's gross now. That's cool. Do love getting some errands done. There are times where you're just like, wow, this feels like a bit of a slog, and I don't wanna have to go out and do all these things. And then other days, you're like, hell yeah, let me get this done. I keep turning my headphones down in sound, which is not what we want. I didn't like go anywhere like super far or anything. It was just like in town driving, but like one of the errands that I had to do. I could have done on this side of town, but I went to the other side of town to do it because I was like, it's really lovely, and I just kind of want to drive around with the windows down right now, you know? Sometimes you just gotta drive around with the windows down. And it was lovely. Yeah, it was nice. It's like 60 odd degrees here right now, so I've got the windows at home open still. I've like had them open for the last couple of days. Because it's been so nice. And then there's this whole situation. Man. Fuck off. My controller is kind of going hog wild. Ladies, one at a time. Off. Okay, please, I need to make sure that you're both dead. James, you have to stomp on the other one. Oh my lord. Go ahead and syringe up. But yeah, it's been a lovely morning. Why are we making this sound? Is there a bug? Is that what that noise is? Yeah. Yeah, there's a bee. Well, that's been handled. There it is. See, like a little radio sound like that. That would be great. Excuse me? A little radio sound like that would be great for the mannequins. I saw it. There it is. Hi, I'm James, the pest man. Meaning I take care of pests, but also am a pest. What can I do for you today? Always the place in your head when you think you saw a bug. Just mild radio static. Fuck off! Bro, I hate you! Oh, God. I'm gonna... Drink your juice, James. Drink goddamn juice. Okay. Well, I guess we have to go chase after Laura. Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, it's really annoying, because it's like, it's not like, oh, my first instinct is to hit. I mean, it is. But it's also like, they just got up, they shouldn't be ready to just immediately bop you upon you smacking them. Fuck off. It's just a little annoying. Honestly, like, of all the enemies, the mannequins are the ones I hate the most. Also, my controller is vibrating so much. James, hit the bug. Why did the bug try to jump on my head? Please. Why are we vibrating so much over here? I don't know. Whatever. whatever. I don't care. I want it to stop because it's like it's not even like the controller is going like hog wild. It's just like a low-key vibration. It's enough to like, I don't know, it's making my hands feel weird. I don't like it. I think I can turn that off in the settings. Also, I turned my flashlight off because I'm a goon. There's a flying figure over there, which is fine. Let me get that first. How are we on handgun bullets, though? 81? Alright. Come here. James, you have to hit it! God. This man is useless. Can't with this fucking guy. You know what I'm also realizing? There are no amp tools in this game. Or if there are, I've not found any. He's stomping around. Well, come here. I don't think you both should be able to get up. Fuck off. Still going because there's a bug in here. James, what are you doing? Okay. This guy is the worst. Are we reloaded? Yes. Yes, we are. Okay, hold on. Sorry. The vibration. It's still happening. Controls. Off. It's not been helpful. It's not been anything. And especially here, it just won't stop. And it's made my hands feel weird, and I don't like it. So, off it goes. It's true. That big music drop did seem to be building up to me finding 2 shotgun shells in a dirty desk. Isn't that cool? When it did it the first time, I was like, oh, like, is something happening out here? Like, do I need to, like, not necessarily pay attention, but do I need to, like, be on the lookout for something? Thank you, Josh. I appreciate the alert. I've been doing well. Got her in the eye hole. I mean, the soundtrack has been great so far, but of course it has been. It's Akira Yamaoka. He does an amazing job on everything that he's put to. Or that he puts his mind to, you know. You know. Can I get into the Heaven's Night now? No. No, it's blocked. Okay. So we go into this garage. This nasty, filthy garage. Bug? I heard bug. Skittering around. There it is. Get out of here, bug. Nope, nothing there. Hi. You wanna come out? Oh god! Sorry, chat's doing things. It is true. Kay is the old lady who knits little hats for the local queer kids, so it's important to make the distinction that I am Kay. I'm not the little old lady who knits hats for the queer kids. I'm the queer kid that gets the hat. Reminder that Kay's got some sort of pet named Mittens that needs to be fed from time to time. Excuse me? Okay. That's a regular mannequin. Not a mannequin that punches me. It's very important lore. It's just one of those things where it's like, Kay is such like an old woman like name. And it's like, I am neither old nor a woman. This does not fit. We love Kay here though. There's Laura. I just saved, right? Oh, rude! I mean, I get it. It's a child. I understand, but...
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Game's no fun not letting me shoot at the NPCs. Although, it did crash when I tried to, like, beat up Maria. I hit the dodge button. Oh, cool, and there's a nest over there. Love. Ma'am! God, fuck off. Like, actually. Get out of here. Apparently I've killed 75 enemies with a melee weapon. I got that achievement yesterday. I don't remember if I had mentioned it then. But... really? Gonna let the music swell when I put the garbage can there? Okay. It's a whole lot of hitting. Hold on, actually I am curious. Oh, there's a mannequin there. I want to look at my achievements real fast. Hi, you can see my cursor. Sorry. Because I don't know where I am on some of these things, and the way it, like, updates is really fucking weird. Excuse me. I've killed 33 out of 75 enemies with a ranged weapon. I've only finished 29 out of 50 enemies with stomp attacks. Finished the game in under 10 hours. That's not happening. Collect all memos in a single playthrough? There's so many, though. Ooh. Finish the game without killing enemies using ranged weapons. Oh, wait, you want me to kill just with... oh, with melee. Okay, sorry. The image associated with that was melee weapons, but it said ranged, and I got really... I don't know, that just, like, fucked my brain up for a second. Also, it wants you to complete the game without using the radio, and honestly, that'd probably be easy to do, because it doesn't fucking help anyway. Good to know. Like I said, like, I will be playing through it again just to try and get other endings. I won't do that on stream because this has been such a fucking slog as it's been. But I might do it in, like, Discord or something if people are interested and or would like to keep me company while I slowly lose my mind. Yeah. Like when I go to play through it again for the other endings. Can you fuck off, you dumb bitch? Sorry. That. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll have to do it. No, not you, Fruity. You're not a dumb bitch. But it's gonna be one of those where it's just like I know it's gonna be like just a lot to get through on my own. And it's like there's not necessarily like I'm not expecting that like subsequent playthroughs are gonna like make me like change my opinion of the game substantially or anything like that. But you know, there might be like a specific ending that I'm like, okay, like I like this one better than I like the others. But I will probably, after getting whatever ending we get this time around, I probably will look up how to like get some of the other endings, because I can't be fucked to figure it out on my own. I imagine that they're like similar to what they were in the originals, generally, of like, you know, look at Mary's picture, look at the knife, and things like that. Sure, some of us can be here to idly amuse you and mess with you while we gruelingly dive through it. Please. If nothing else, somebody else sit here in a Discord call with me while we go through it again and just whine about the whole thing. Thanks. I hear a bug. Don't puke on your feet. Love to whine about James. That's the thing, even if you like this game, which is like fine, we can have different opinions. Everyone can band behind the idea of just bitching about how shit James is as a person. That's what bands us all together, I think. He is not a good man. I just want her to fall down! God. I have gotten a bit better at the combat, but like, only just. It's still holy as fuck. Okay, are you actually down though? Yes. Alright. Hiccups. I do love that we're getting shotgun shells. Not like a ton. We've got 21. That's nice. Sorry, wait. The one earbud. The left one. Keeps like coming loose. And I don't feel like I'm being extra aggressive with my head movements today, but maybe I am. Maybe it's just the little angry shakes I'm doing. Where I'm like, James, please. Why are you like this? Oh, hi. Get down. Get down. Oh, look, the jukebox. Oh. Are you trying to jump scare me? Because it didn't work. Whatever. Okay. Let's go outside. Where are we trying to go? I mean, we're just trying to go where we can, right? Like, nothing specific in mind. Do you want to come out? No specific destination in mind. Just go. I mean, we're trying to find Laura, right? Is the overarching goal here. I wonder if that's Travis's truck. Bro, the way that they like float at you to fill the space, it's disgusting. Oh. they want me to go, because I want to look around for items first. Like these bullets that I might have missed. And these shells that I might have missed. Oh, hi! The way that I just stared at it was like, what's happening? What's that? Sorry, what now? Silent Hill school bus. In case you didn't know that that is a school bus. Is that like... 'cause I know like the buses, at least in my town, and I think all towns that I've been in. Oh, thank you for the shrimp check. That's actually a good idea. And the hydrate. And the stretch. Let's just get it all done. Let's just do it all at once. Y'all should do it too. It's good and important. Okay. Stretch. Which is turned into a shrimp check. We are sitting upright. Turn that up a little bit because lighting has changed. And a big ol' hydrate. Love my water. Okay. But yeah, I know like the buses in my area. Say like our city name and then school district. They don't necessarily label the school bus as a school bus. Is that feels correct? But do other places label their buses as school buses? Sometimes? Okay. I feel like you look at a big yellow bus like that and the immediate assumption is like, yeah, that's a school bus. I guess if they're older, that does make a little more sense. Maybe before. You have the big yellow ones that say school bus? Okay. Again, that was very much just like a genuine question. Like I didn't know that like I said, ours say like our city name and then like school district. But that might also be because we have so many different districts in the city. Well, in the like 4 cities that are nearby. We're more towns than we are cities, but that could be why we have that distinction, because they like our boundary lines are super fucked. Okay, that makes sense. That's interesting. I don't know, I feel like big yellow bus has just become so synonymous with school bus that labeling it as such just feels a little silly, but fair enough, I guess. We're not that badly hurt. We don't have the little cross in the corner yet. And this is only mildly red. The red frame is decorative. At this point, it practically is. We get hit so often that it's just like, I don't know. We kind of get to the point where it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Although, how many... Let's get rid of all those. How many of these do I have? 8. I can spare one. And we've got 2 syringes. We're doing great, actually. What is... I'm trying to like run up against the sides of the street because there's items there. I want them. Laura,
please wait.
James, again, we should probably stop chasing this little girl around this town. If anyone were to come across us, they might think some weird things, buddy. This is... Why? This is so dark. You want me to run? Like... Hello? No, turn that on. Or are we gonna have the big boys under the grating? Because that'd be cool. Again, though, it's dark. And not necessarily in the, oh, I'm scared, and more just the, what the fuck is around me? I can't see anything. I also want to see the floor boys, but I don't think we're gonna see them. Or at least...
Laura?
Not just yet. I'm sorry.
Where did she go?
I don't know if they took out the floor boys. We might see them later? We might not see them at all. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. Truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Okay. Are you gonna mark that on my map for me, James? Because, like... That's not the button I wanted. Letter and wrench? Not another night of the shit abyss. Sorry, buddy. I hate to break it to you, but it's another night of the shit abyss. Dead. Oh my god. Okay, so letter and wrench. That means we're gonna... Well, I say, that means we're gonna go back to Rosewater Park at some point. It doesn't mean shit. Although, that's what it would mean if it was the original. What am I gonna use the letter and wrench for this time? Wait, I remember what the questions were now. I think the answer for the box, I guess I don't know, because I don't remember. The first question was about how many people died of the plague, and I thought it was in the 80s, which is why I went with 84. But again, it's not like I can check any of the things that I've picked up. And it's like, I know that, like, with the original, some of that, like, you're not necessarily supposed to... Like, it's definitely more like a second playthrough kind of reward. It's still just frustrating. Okay, James, just don't get near her, that's fine. Just swing uselessly and then get hit. That's cool. There's another nurse over there. But we can go in here. Is that door open? And another syringe. Hi. Anything else? Oh, a health drink. That doesn't open. That doesn't open. Okay. Go in there. Before I do that, I would like to see that I can't go down this street. Perfect. Hello? Who is over there? Another nurse and a bug. Damn. Hi, Barry! How's it going? How are you doing? Where are you aiming, James? Okay, that's fine. Just get whacked in the face by a pipe. That's cool. Bro. Drink your juice. Ah. James, drink your juice. I'd be doing better if I wasn't getting slashed by nurses constantly. You know, pretty alright, all things considered. No, you were supposed to step on her, James. It's fine. Don't worry about it. How familiar with Silent Hill are you, Barry? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, no, I'm doing all right. Had a lovely morning. You know, making it a little less lovely by playing this game. It's true. Chew, listen. They gotta bring back the cakes, and I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna, friend. I'm sorry. But how are you doing? Also, there's like so many friends here. Hold on a second. Let me do some shoutouts. Because I like my friends. They did take the cakes. I mean, please do. Someone needs to come out here and speak the truth that is fat-assed Pyramid Head. But hey, my friends stream, and y'all should check each other out if you haven't already. I think most of you have, but again, if you haven't, fucking do it. But hi, how's it going, everyone? How are we doing this Saturday day? Have I missed anyone? Did I miss anyone else? I'm like trying to think of who all is here, and my brain is, you know, just doing my brain things. You're just vibing. Same. We're just here. We're just vibing. We're just chilling. I'm getting mad at video game. You know, like you do. Nothing new there. When The Departed is scary, you're not ready to be a husband. Hey. The Departed kind of likes you. Are you ready to get married? I hope you are, because they're not taking no for an answer. I was there for a bit longer last night, but I had to dip at a point because my dad and I needed to speak. But it's such a good game. I'm so excited for you to be playing it. We love Shitty Cop, man. I'm a big fan of Sickly Doctor myself. But no matter what, The Departed is just trying to get between you and your OTP. And it's like, ma'am, I don't even know you. Take me to dinner first. Okay, it's bad here. Hold on. Our sweet boy. Please heal James. James, I am hitting the button to heal. James! Okay. Fine. Get the fuck away from me. That's fine. There's a bug under me too. Listen. Just fictional men just hit different. Fictional characters in general just hit different. So what can I say? I don't know that Shitty Cop plays Mahjong, which is, you know, probably why I'm cool with him. Don't play Mahjong. That's the devil's game. Don't do it. Alright. Fruity, no! Oh, there's a lady. What? Fuck it! Oh, there's a mannequin now, too. Okay. No! Get down! This is a bad place. This is a bad place to be, and I can't get out of this corner. I have a nurse pinning me up against the wall, and I hate it. I hate it here. Okay. Let's do a little stomp. Let's do a little stomp. Let's do a little stomp. Squish that bug. bug. Push that lion figure. Look at that ass! That ass! Okay, sorry. Sorry. He seems like a I'm losing eat the pieces kind of guy. I mean, yeah. You would eat the mahjong pieces, they look tasty, fruity, don't do it. Is this what they mean by the fear of Ricci? You see somebody does a Ricci and then you're like, ah, shit, and then you just eat all of the pieces and panic? Oh, beat the hell out of it. Listen, gosh dang it. That describes my life. Sometimes you just gotta be really aggressive with your actions while also trying to just get them to listen. I have a nurse putting me up against the wall and I hate it. It's such a controversial sentence based on context. Listen. Listen. These ladies, I don't like the things that they do with these pipes. Or their knives. And they've been nothing but rude to me. Again, at least take me out to dinner first. I'm scared of women energy. You know, when a woman and she and then she, yeah. I mean, y'all got the clip option. I've been thinking about like making clip videos again. It's like clip compilations, but that's a lot of effort. Slash, I haven't been streaming much of like anything recently. Hello? Whoa, I have like 120 odd bullets. When did that happen? Where is this bug? I hear it. Bug. The way you said, when a woman, sounded like that one line of, am I a wolf? Am I a wolf? What was that? Harley, what are you doing? Hold on a second. The cat is knocking shit over because that's what he does. Why are you doing that? Big whippersnapper. That lives there now. When my cane falls and makes a loud noise, and that's the scariest thing that I've come across today in this video game. Yeah. That's a thing. It was a Farley jump scare. He was just getting into the cat condo that's back there. And I don't know why I leaned my cane up against it, but I did. And then he knocked it over. And it's like, okay. Okay. There was that other building that I could get into, right? Or can I not now? Hello? Do I care? A little bit. A tiny itty bitty bit. Can I get in this way? I can. Okay. Oh. Bug? Bug. No! Not entirely sure how James got his leg up there, but good for him. Flexible man. Is this Heaven's Night? No. No, I don't know what this is. Some sort of dance studio, I think. But not like that. Let's break that wall. And see what horrible things await us on this side. There's a mannequin. And probably some bugs. Yep, there's a bug. What? Someone's squelching. There's another mannequin. If you go to swing at a mannequin, when you know where it's hiding, as soon as you hit the swing button, just start spamming dodge, and then you'll dodge out of the way when they go for their cheap shot. And that's neat, I think. Fuck. Okay, what's here? Stop on her! No! Fuck off, dude. I'm trying to do a stomp here! Just let me stomp! James. Thank you. Again, it is a little scary that they're letting me get as many bullets as I'm getting. So either we have a boss coming up, or I see you under there. Oh, back up, back up, back up! Either we have a boss coming up, or they're not gonna be giving me bullets for, like, the rest of the game. And I don't like, either of the situations. I say that. I again, as much as I've been giving this game shit, I have liked the bosses so far. They've been pretty solid. They've done a good job. And oh, I just like went in a circle. There's the thing there. Yeah, I've been like pretty happy with the boss encounters so far. I am excited. Well, I say excited. I don't know if that's quite the right word, but I guess like at this point, yeah, like I am excited to see what they've done for the abstract daddy fight, just because that's like, I mean, it doesn't feel great saying like, oh, it's my favorite boss. It's not. He's horrible and awful for so many reasons, but it is such a cool. Again, it doesn't feel great saying that, knowing what it is and what it symbolizes. Like, it's a well-designed boss as far as like how he looks, and they've already done some really cool things with the previous bosses, like the second phase for Flesh Lips. Hold on, sorry, what it is, was really cool. So I'm just excited to see what they do for that. Should I immortalize your quote in clips or in memes? Either? Both? I'm fine with either option. And can you share it with other people? Absolutely. Share me with other people. Hi, I'm here. No, I'm down for either. And absolutely here for it to be shared. If you want. Another jukebox. Anyone here? Neely's bar. What's this? Oh. Okay. That's another one of those, hey, remember this from the original game? Yes. Yes, Blooper, I do. Plenty of other people probably don't, though. So why are we doing this? What was in there? I don't wanna... Excuse? You really want to see Mary? You should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Is that supposed to be like, you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James? Or is it signed by James? Have you... Wait, did you put it in... Beautiful. You know, when a lady, when a woman... I mean, but do you know? You know? Have you experienced when lady... Have you ever seen lady? Beautiful, I love it. Sometimes the things that I say, that's an OG, right? Did they just add the word James? I genuinely I don't remember. That is one that I cannot confirm or deny because it's just been long enough. Long enough as in like last year. I still do want to finish like playing through the second game like on my own time. Just to like as a refresher. But probably do that after we finish this to give myself a fucking break. It's just fully from OG? Okay. I appreciate the confirmation. Is in the original, is it written out like it's hi. Like it's signed from James or it is to James? Because the way that they formatted it there just makes it seem a little weird. To James, okay. I mean, that would make sense. But like I said, like the way that they like put his name separate from everything else, just like, James? What are you doing? There's a bug. Squish it. Excuse me. Kind of just like wandering. We know vaguely where we need to go, but will I get there? Where did he wiggle off to? Just away, I guess. That's fine. There he is. God, he went far. James, what are you doing? Get him, James! What the fuck is his problem? There we go. Just didn't feel right letting him go away. Been taking out all the other guys that I've come across. Sorry. That's better. Anyone over here? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. What's in here? James, I just want you to look at this. Oh, is this where the letter and wrench are? Kind of just been wandering about, you know? I hear a phone ring. I have 26 shotgun shells. I am pretty pleased about it. Excuse you? Oh god. Not fan of the dodging. Just in general, it's not good. One moment, please. Honestly, I would rather have had a remake of this, I think. Well, that's funny. Fuck off! Just because it's older and like, I don't know. I think it could potentially benefit. Oh, that's fair. Combat is kind of loud. I said I think I would have preferred a remake of like the first game. Like just Silent Hill. Give me Harry. If like the exact same game, just updated graphics and maybe I don't know. That's it. Just updated graphics. Just a remaster, I guess, in that case, not a remake. but like doesn't have the Funko Pop, man. You're right. You're so right. Yeah, I just like, I don't know. It feels like that would have been... I know that Silent Hill 2 is the one that, like, if somebody has played a Silent Hill game, it is likely that they have played 2. Which, you know, that's fine. It is kind of its own game. Stands away from everything else.
Hello?
4 is great.
Anyone
It's
there?
unfinished, but it's great too. Four is the one that needs a remake, honestly. 4 deserves to be finished. Okay, let's see. Yeah, 4 needs a full make. Core memory, renting it from Blockbuster along with Shark Tale on the PS2. His mom and I played them together. That's adorable. Oh, I love that. Precious. Or perhaps you are a fool. I can't read this. Hold on. Truth usually betrays people. You should know. The key is in the park, at the feet of the praying woman. The wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, we go back to Rosewater. Or whatever it's called. Mama Jew. Okay, this is a game for adults. You're 11, you can watch, but don't play. 20 minutes later, I'm stuck. You take over. Silent Hill games can be a little convoluted at times. We know how it goes. Oh, we got the wrench. Glad I picked that up. Yeah, so we gotta go back to Rosewater. But before we do, shall we just take a peek around? So like, I had... Fun fact about Kate. Silent Hill was the very first horror game that I played, like, ever. And I had it for the PS1. Because it was one of my older relatives, like they had it, but I had the PS1, like I owned it. My grandpa had purchased it for me, and so, you know, I was that kid that played like a lot of Spyro, a lot of like weird random shit that, you know, I picked up from like the local video store, and then there was Silent Hill. I never got to finish it as a kid, because it was way too fucking hard for me, because I was like 7, 8, and you know, my PS2 or my PS1, excuse me, got stolen and sold for drug money. Like the adults around you do responsibly. Fun fact. And then by the time I got a PS2, like the copy of Silent Hill that I had borrowed from a relative was also gone. Probably also sold for drug money. Fun fact. Sorry, that got a little more sad than I thought it would be. It's crazy to imagine how many people simultaneously do and don't know the joys of getting a game on rent from a store. Right? Like, the number of, like, weird, obscure games that I can't even, like, remember the names of that I played as a kid because of going and renting from the video store. And the, like, the pressure you felt of, like, I have to beat this in, like, 3 to 5 days, depending on, like, you know, how long you could rent from your particular, named video store. The grind that we were all on as children to be like, I have to finish this. I have to finish this immediately, so that I don't have to rent it again. Because who knows if my parents will spend the money to let me rent this one specifically again. Yeah, it's like, look, I've got school to manage, I've got like weird social nonsense that I gotta go do, but also I have this video game at home that I have to beat because I have to return it in a couple of days. Wild times. God, I miss those days. I think like just recently, like relatively recently, I don't remember if it was like on stream or if it was in Discord or something, but like some of us were just talking about like how we wish that like video stores were still a thing. We had up until like the start of COVID, it's like 2020, 2021. We had a video store not too far away, and it like officially closed down because of COVID, and I don't think we have any more like anywhere in our area, and it's so tragic. And it's just like they're not around anymore. Like I also miss when like Netflix did like DVDs and stuff. I understand why that's not practical for them to do. But I miss it. Yeah, I remember Redbox. Like whatever happened to Redbox? They kind of came and went, didn't they? I mean, they were sort of like the replacement for Netflix when it came to like DVDs, right? Like once Netflix sort of like switched over to just doing digital only, and then Redbox was like, yeah, but some people still want physical media, like, to rent. And it was a cool way to like get to see like new shit that like came out. You think COVID that would also make sense. Although it would be the perfect time to like, especially for like a no contact, like a contactless like rental, be a great time to do it. But I also get it. We all kind of had to just like hunker down and be like, what the fuck is life? Some of us are still doing that. Hi, it's me. I'm still doing that. Wild. Absolutely wild. But yeah, TLDR, I miss renting videos and games from stores. And like some of it definitely is like a nostalgia thing. But honestly, a lot of it's just like, it's just fun. It's an event, right? The whole like going to the video store, picking out a couple of movies, maybe grabbing some snacks, but then like planning just a thing, like an event with, even if it was just yourself and you weren't like, you didn't have like friends or family coming over to like watch it with you. It was still just like a nice treat. It was definitely like, I look at it as like, it was very much like a self-care act of like, you know, I'm gonna have a nice night in, with or without friends, we're gonna have some like movie snacks, and I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna watch this film. It was just lovely. Pretty! Look! The big boy! Oh! Oh, he mad. I was gonna make a joke about him tickling my toes, and then he screamed before I got to say, yeah, he's gonna lick your toes! Say that! Kinda look like the flesh lips, actually. Are you gonna scream? Oh! Oh no, he gonna stab. Oh, fuck. Where do I go? There. Used to live across a Blockbuster, and once suddenly got the part where you could rent unlimited movies, but only one at a time, and I just went back and forth the whole time. That's so good, though! That's so good! Like, I remember... Oh god, I remember those days. Ours was, like, a little further away, so it was very much like we just did, like, a movie a day. Because it was, like, just slightly out of the way of, like, my parents having to pick me up from school. But I love that, just being, like, right across from it. Just finish one movie, then walk on over and be like, okay, next one, please. Oh, I love that. Anyone under the age of, like, 24 probably has, like, fully missed out on that experience. Maybe a little younger than that. I don't know what age is anymore. But I'm sad for them. I'm sad that they've missed that because it's so good. Also, yeah, he was gonna be probing, was floor lad. That sucks. But it's okay, we got to see him. At the peak, he must have gone there 6 times at once. Holy shit. Oh, listen, you got movies to watch. There are films to be seen, and you are seeing them. 2014 was the death of Blockbuster. How old was I in 2014? I was like 20? Oh god, so anyone under the age of like... Under the age of let's say, we'll say 12. Yeah. People aged 10 to 12 years are too young to know. Sometimes if the movie sucked, you didn't even finish it. Thank you, next! I mean... Might as well. Just don't finish it. Just go back over and be like, okay, movie please! Yeah, definitely being generous for smaller mom and pop stores too. Yeah, because like I said, like the one that we had was not, it was a chain, but it was like one of the smaller ones. And it might have just been one of the ones that's like relegated to the Midwest. I will not share its name just for safety purposes for me. But it closed down in like 2021. It's like pretty recently. But I don't know. It was a weird one to have. I think it was like connected to the like restaurant that was next door. It was like a pizza shop. And so like if you ordered enough pizza, you would get like a free movie. And it was like, all right, cool. Or a free movie. It was like discounted or something like that. But it was like a decent enough deal. Especially since like I had a couple of friends and I who would like go there pretty regularly to pick up pizza. So we're just like, hey, let's get a movie while we're here. It was great. And I miss that. I miss that so much. Like, sure, you can still kind of do that with, like, your friends and, this is the wrong way, and, like, Netflix, but it's not the same. You know, it's not the same. Could be, like, off that way, I think. Nope, I'm incorrect. Well... I don't understand. Yeah! Yeah, exactly. It's like, I mean, like, you could go to the store and pick up snacks and stuff like that, and, like, and then come back and, like, choose a Netflix movie, but it's not the same as, like, leaving the house, physically going to the store with your friends, and then being like, okay, like, I like these movies. These are the ones that you want to do. Let's all find, like, maybe, like, a movie or two that we can all just, like, watch together. And, like, yeah, there's still that, like, whole being there physically to, like, look at the selection and be like, what do I want? And Netflix just doesn't give that. It's not quite the same. It's tragic. Oh, boy. Bathroom? What are you looking at, James? Help? In the toilet? Don't mind if I do. Bottle is just full of toilet water. Do not drink it. That's nasty. Okay. Oh, hey! Angela.
Hey. Are you feeling better?
This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they?
guess not.
I don't think she's here anymore, James.
Who?
My mama. She doesn't want to see me anymore.
Why would you think that? Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see me?
Alive, I mean.
Oh. Yeah. I better get going.
You still don't want me to go with you? If we stick together, we might just make it out of here.
Out of where?
This town. Silent Hill.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, you didn't happen to see a little girl around here, did you?
A little girl?
Yeah, Angela? Are you all right? Angela?
No. Please. You shouldn't be here.
Angela, it's okay.
No, don't touch me!
James unknowingly making the situation worse for my baby girl. Also, yeah, loads of people are streaming this right now. I mean, it just came out on Tuesday. Poor Angela. I am pleased with how they've been handling her as a whole. Just unbothered. There can't be anything back there. It being James, we could lean on the foolish side. My patient buried it here, I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now I offer you the key. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Cool, thanks. Just let me read that again. Let's head towards the Historical Society, and then we will probably... Item over here? No. We will take a short break because I have to go potty. But also we'll restart the game because it's been about an hour since we have been playing. And knock on wood, everything seems to be holding up just fine with the restarts, so... can I... Yeah, the end's right here, so I can go into one of these dang rooms. Which one is it? You? You have the same spot? No. No, it's on the back of the car, I remember. Okay, yeah, so let's do a quick little save. And then I'll like exit out of the game and we'll restart it. Because that seems, like I said, like I read somewhere that that's what people have been doing to help with the problem, because it does seem to be a memory leak that is causing the issue. That has been potentially, or at least attempting to crash streams. Has successfully crashed streams a couple of times. But we'll take a quick break because I need to go potty and I need to grab a little snacky snack because it's been a little bit since I've eaten. So yeah, BRB in like just a few minutes. I love Chris Redfield. He's an absolute goober. Stupid war nerd.
Well, yeah, we love Chris here.
It's true.
Punches rocks.
He is a boulder punching asshole.
He lets you borrow his tank. Because it's the only way he can show emotion.
Won't even let himself cry in the helicopter. It's tragic. Even lets you kill someone. I realize there's a part of me that really wants to get off this island. And at that moment, I let out a scream. Ah! Scream erupted from my mouth. Ah! It rushed from my mouth like water from a collapsed dam. Ah! Why me? Why do I have to go through this? Ah! How do I...
Oh, is that Thomas hanging there?
Kaysen! Not right now, you stupid motherfucker.
He looks like a strung-up turkey.
Stop! For right now... Sorry. No. Oh, we're gonna be one of those games. Perfect.
Oh no,
Listen.
my balls are glowing! Whoa! See how real soon?
Bye, Mickey.
We hate you, Michael.
Oh, jeez. I don't want your trash flowers.
I found them at the bottom of the stairs when you threw me down the stairs.
This would be cute if
So you can find something here like that. Oh no! Oh no! Actually, I'm new here. Everybody thinks I'm the keeper at the local graveyard. I'm from another world and I need to go back. I understand you all too well. This world is not mine either. Oh thank God.
Ah! Fuck off, ma'am! Let's go, big boy. Let's go. Oh, you are a very big boy. Are you just trying to headbutt me? Also, I don't just do anything for bits.
Is it
Hey,
nearby?
just give him some head pats.
Is
Sir.
it you?
Sir, can I offer you a nya in this trying time?
Hey,
Hey,
have you ever looked so fervently for something that you end up losing yourself in the process? Have you?
yeah, we all been there. I remain silent.
These eyes. Are these my eyes?
I want to know what the
Options left.
fuck.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate.
Watch
But
your
now I know we
profanity.
don't always.
Oh no! We put it at last! I wonder, we can only have the one tattoo, can't we? Come back to a near perfect mom! I mean, obviously, those are the only options! I'm picking up the strange teeth! You can't stop me! I was about to, like, grab... I, like, looked at my desk as if I had teeth ready for me to grab to be like, look! No, the teeth that I have are in the other room. That's a normal thing to be said. I'm so sorry. She T-posed! Getting out of the car, she was T-posing! Oh! Sorry, I gotta... We just gotta look at it again. Just look for the T-pose. They didn't even bother to have her, like, freak out or anything. She levitates out of the car with a T-pose. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wait just a minute, you old fart. Jesus fucking Christ.
I could have yelled, sorry, but Farley ate your cheese. So I swapped it out for a new cheese.
Couldn't that have just stayed downstairs?
I know, because we're eating the cheese on the table. Sorry.
Okay, can we kill this man, please? Foolish mortal, this isn't even my final form. We get it, let's go. Let me do a murder. Oh God, what is happening? I don't need any more crotch shots from George, please! He's gonna break those. We're back. We're here. The game is thinking about, there it goes. Yeah. Alright, I bought some apple fritters while I was at the store today. And I was like, I would like just a portion of one. So I heated it up and I ate it and it was delicious. And it gave such wonderful, lovely fall vibes. I am so ready for fall. Listen, James, why is your light so bad? Alright, we're heading to Silent Hill Historical Society. Which is down this way? Right. Nope, wrong way. This way. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get to the point in stream where the game would be freaking out and doing all of its bullshit that it was doing. And so far, again, knock on wood, it seems to be doing well. Right? I love, like, not to be that basic bitch. No, fall is like my favorite. Fall and winter, like I don't mind winter in concept. I mind it once it gets so fucking bitterly cold that you die if you go outside. Thank you, Midwestern winters. But I like it because I get to wear all my sweaters all the time. But fall is just the best. Just everything about it is so good. Like, sure, spring is pretty because everything's blossoming and all of everything is just so vibrant and there's so many different colors. But like, fall is just so pretty and so lovely and so calm and so nice. And like, it's just a delight, you know? I love fall. And again, I get to wear all of my funny little sweaters. Speaking of, I went to the store the other day, so I had to go pick up my meds. Love getting refills on medications. But I had to go pick up my medications. And I was wearing, because it wasn't like super chilly, but it was like cool enough that I was like, yeah, I can wear a sweater outside. So that's cool and exciting. So I wore my clown sweater because A, it's a clown sweater. It's perfect. We love it. But also because it was like cool enough. But I went to the store in my clown sweater and I got 3 different people telling me that my sweater kicked ass. And I'm just like, yeah, it does. Yeah, my sweater's cool. Yeah, I got a good sweater. Thanks. Thanks for noticing my good sweater. James, what the fuck? But it was delightful. Is it a sweater that has clowns on it, or that it looks like it's a clown sweater? It's a sweater that has clowns on it. So it's got like 2 clowns on the front panels, and then clowns. It's got 4 clowns in total. 2 on the front, and then 2 on the sleeves. 1 on each sleeve. It's a good fucking sweater. And it's super, like, it's really thick. So it's gonna be really lovely in the winter because it's gonna be so warm and just like, it's just very fun. I'm like, I don't know, I'm still very much trying to figure out like how I want to like present to other people, and like what style I want to do for that, you know? We're still trying to work that out. Trying to figure out what kind of clothes just make me feel good when I wear them. Oh, the funs of navigating, you know, gender euphoria / dysphoria. But like, I fucking love the sweater, man. It's a good fucking sweater. I love it. Is there anything cool down here? No. Well, James, can you... Absolutely. And like, I've been expanding... Okay. Isn't that how we got out of... Yeah, it's Pete's Bowl-O-Rama. Or it's what was Heaven's Night. Way back when. Saying this as just a straight cut. Just a straight cut. Sorry, I don't know why that caught me. There are killer unisex ones if you look. Absolutely. But that's like, I don't know, for me it's just like, I don't necessarily like, I definitely don't want to go like hardcore gendered in either way, but there are some more feminine clothes that I still like feel pretty okay wearing, but there are also some masculine clothes that I feel cool wearing. But it is just like it's just navigating that space and trying to figure out what I like, what feels good, you know? But the sweater that I have, very much like unisex, not gendered really in either way. It's just a good sweater. I think I'm definitely leaning towards more like silly, goofy, whimsical nonsense right now. And that's lovely. Yeah, definitely. But with all that being said, if people have like suggestions on clothes that they think would be cute in either direction of presentation, hit me up. So I'm very much just in the space to try a bunch of new shit right now, you know? Absolutely. Like, I still very much, like, I really still like wearing dresses, but I have a hard time, like, wearing them out in public, just because, you know, people are weird. But, like, dresses are comfortable. Listen, if I don't want to wear pants, just let me put a dress on. But on the flip side, just, like, a pair of, like, super baggy pants, let's go. Love me a good button-up as well. Like, love a good dress shirt, but also love, like, a funny uncle shirt. Like, with goofy prints and shit like that. I don't know. Clothes are just weird. Clothes themselves, fine. Cool. People are just weird about clothes sometimes. And it's just like, it's just clothes. I'm just wearing them to be covered. It's fine. Particular to gothic aesthetic, I believe, but I got some good clothes by Visual K. I mean, like, listen, I'm here for it. I think at this point of my life, like, I used to, like, do, like, a mix of, like, goth and punk fashion, just because that was kind of the subculture that I was like raised around. But I definitely like lean more towards punk attire now. But love me a good goth outfit. Yeah, no, here for it. It's, I don't know, like, I fully get people who are like, nope, this is the one style I like, or this is the style that like works for me and I'm sticking with it. Here for it. But it's, I think it's fun to like switch things up, so super here for it. I'll have to check out Visual K stuff. Is that a specific brand? I know it's like a genre of music as well. But I want to make sure that I'm not like, or that I'm looking up the right thing, you know? Also, is there anything down this street? Or does this just head back to the hospital? Heads back to the hospital, but also is blocked off. James, can you mark this on the map for me? Look, we're touching it. It's just not on the map. Okay, that's fine. It was only able to find them on eBay or Amazon, though. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, honestly, just, like, being able to, like, look it up so I can, like, see what the style is, what it consists of, can be really helpful. Because if nothing else, like, I used to do a lot of sewing, like, way back in the day, and I have considered getting back into it. Got a lot of silly stuff to work through with that before I can. But if nothing else, I know my dad's been like wanting to try sewing again as well. And I've got a lot of like funny fabric just lying around. And so it's one of those, like, if I get some ideas from like different styles and stuff, I can find a pattern or can join my brain with my dad's briefly, and we can figure out how to manufacture something like that ourselves, you know? And that way it would like actually fit me right. And that would be lovely. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know, it's been nice. It's been fun to be able to like explore that space comfortably. Because that has not always been a thing that I've been able to do. And I only point that out because it's nice to celebrate those little things where it's like, you know what, this has actually been like a fun experience as of late, whereas before it had not been. Can I just keep going this way? I know I've walked past the historical society, but like, nah, bridge is broke. But there's bullets. I have, again, we've been given a lot of ammo. I will take a peek after stream. But thank you for sending me stuff. I'm here for it. I'm excited. I like it. It's especially like, I don't know, it is nice to like get recommendations as well. Like if you've got recommendations for like cool mask clothes, I would not mind that as well. Listen, sometimes selfies are all you got to work with, and we're here for it. But yeah, I'm like very open to like recommendations for stuff right now, because it's like, I don't know, having been forced into being femme presenting most of my life, like got a pretty good grasp of what's available there. But when it comes to like more masculine clothes, I'm just kind of like, you know, like you do. That's the thing. The new clock. Somebody has got to talk to this person who's taking these Polaroids about not wiggling it around. It's the little Baroness. The maiden voyage of 1916. I'm almost out of soda. Tragic. That's fine. The Lady of the Light. The unveiling of one of two statues commemorating local folklore. Why does it look like that? Okay. Is the... Wait a second. Wait a second. Is the painting? The painting here? If you know, you know. Yeah, it is!
It's him.
Misty day. Remains of the judgment. There it is. It's the boy. What's this? Title unknown. Author unknown. Wiltsey Coal Mine. Established around 1850, it remained operational until the early 1900s. The mine played a key role in the revitalization of Silent Hill. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to the area. Originally, it was a little more than a shack, but has since expanded into a fully fledged medical establishment. Can be quite a menace in Dead by Daylight if one isn't careful of the headed pyramid. Just the weird red pyramid thing? I like Pyramid Head in DVD. I like that they gave him his ass back. Name scratched over, illegible. Former director of Brookhaven Hospital. Why does he look familiar? It's fine. Pull! Pull, 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 pull. Sorry, I got excited about Hole. Silent Hill Historical Society founders. Somebody's not done a good job of keeping that picture safe. Among the local legends is that of the Lady of the Light. The story tells of a woman who was accused and found guilty of witchcraft. As punishment, she was taken to a small island out on the lake, a minuscule stretch of rocky soil, devoid of any food or shelter. There, she was to suffer a slow, excruciating death as her body succumbed to cold and hunger. However, unbeknownst to the rest of the townsfolk, there was a young man among them who, having gazed into the woman's eyes, as bright and beautiful as a midsummer's moon, had vowed undying love for her. When she was convicted wrongly, as he believed, he swore that he would not let her suffer such cruel fate. While waiting for an opportunity to abscond with his beloved every night, he would sneak out and row across the lake, bringing her food and something to keep her warm. And every night the woman would stand there on the shore, holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But then one night, when the sky was exceptionally clear, devoid of even a wisp of cloud, the young man set out on his nightly escapade. As always, he would look out into the distance, looking for the light in the darkness that would lead him to his beloved. On that night, however, the moon shone so bright and so vibrant, stronger than any candle could. Seeing the light's reflection in the water, the young man was led astray. He rowed and rowed and rowed, following the reflected light, hoping against hope he could reach it. He did not care for his aching arms or the shortness of his breath, utterly mesmerized by the illusory light. When his boat tipped over, the man was so exhausted from rowing, so weakened were his arms, that he was not able to swim to shore. Thus he succumbed to a watery grave. Although left alone, the woman on the island never lost hope. She kept coming out at night and kept lighting the candle. Legend says that those looking for true love can still see the ladies planked out on the lake, shining to bring her beloved home. While the story is clearly meant as a metaphor and a cautionary tale, it is, to a certain extent, rooted in reality, as the area has indeed seen its share of religious persecution, such as that of... Just such as that of... Hold on a second. Gotta take the big gulp of water. Okay. Oh, is it long staircase time? I mean, we're heading down towards the, prison now, right? In theory. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s when the region was far less populated with sparse infrastructure. Beautiful. And we already looked at that one. Okay. Is there anything in these? Yes, but nothing that I can take. Okay. Alright. Stair time. Stair time. Gonna go jogging down some stairs. These stairs are so narrow. Oh my god. No wonder he's taking them like 5 at a time. James, are you good? Huffing and puffing, my guy. Beware all ye who enter. Sometimes it just takes a while to get to the bottom. Well, James. There we go. Got turned around. It's fine. Sometimes you just get a little lost in a one direction path. There we go. I got an achievement for reaching the end of the long staircase. Good times. I mean, this has to mean that we're like get to the end of it, right? I mean, there's still quite a bit left to do. There's this. Again, assuming that they have followed the general beats of the original, we've got the prison to go through, and then we have the hotel. And I think that's it. September 11th, 1820, prisoner number C221. Okay. Okay. In we go. It's very dark. I can't see anything. Get down. Where did it go? Off that way. I do like after you've entered a lying figure that when they go wiggling around they do leave this like blood trail. That's pretty cool. I don't have a map for this area. Is there one in here? Did I miss it? I don't think so. Nope. JK, that's not it. Okay, yeah, no map. No map just yet. That's a little annoying. I don't think you get the map for a little bit, though, in the original either, so... It's fine. I just like to look at my map every 10 seconds, as we've seen. What's this? Toluca Prison Camp! Built in 1862, the camp was used to house prisoners during the American Civil War. Converted into Toluca Prison in 1866. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. Choose his death as the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Those look like lying figures. Why did they look like that? Crimson and white banquet for the gods. I have strong suspicion of something. I'm not gonna say it until I can confirm it later. Alright. Hold! Hold, 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 hold. think this place is dangerous. What do you mean? It seems perfectly safe and fine. Look! This is our new home. It's whole. I love whole. You. You. We love the hole here. Can you not go through there? No, I guess you can't. Okay. It's better than what the government wants to give anyone. I'll give it that. It's a lovely hole. We love a hole here. I like hole. It's a very good hole. Are there any other... I know that's the way to get out, but I just want to see if they're, like, items behind it. Probably not. But, you know. Worth a little peek. Okay, that's it. Hole, 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 hole. Okay. Whee! Where are you? There you are. Smush him. Go in there. Can't go in there. Is this bug? That looks like it might be bug room. Or this might be bug room. Okay. Grab it. James, grab it. Great. It's bug room. Stop. Seven, 5, 4, 7, 5, 6, 6, 5, 7, 5, 6, 7, 6, 4, 1, 6, 5, 7, 6, 5, 1. Okay. You are just kind of supposed to guess based on, like, which ones have blood on them, but this is a little difficult because so many of them have blood on them. It's probably, like... It would also be nice if it was as responsive as it needed to be. I'm gonna assume that 7 is like the last one. Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. It's the clean one. You wanna do the clean one. Stop! God. 2, 3, 9. 3, 2, 9. 9, 2, 3, 9. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 9, 2. Okay, get me out of here. Stupid. It's a bad room. Is there anything else around here? Not really. Okay. Figured we would at least check. But, let's go into hole. Jump, James, jump! Jump, James, jump! Get in hole! James in hole! James in hole! That's what we want. like the two on this. Oh, James, oh, holy James. I have a James. I have a hole. Ah, James in hole. Okay, well, we have to collect those. It's not gonna be where they were before. James won't let me run. I think that's rude.
Ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head and...
Eddie?
Oh, hi, James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me.
Okay. So he attacked you, and you shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it.
Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why he would do that?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried sneaking up on me in the dark. I heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there.
And you could tell that he wanted to hurt you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way he looked at me, I just had to do it.
He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it in his eyes.
His eyes?
He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
I thought the game had frozen for a second.
You should see your face, James. I was just joking. The guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I? Well, anyway, I better get going.
Wait. You're gonna go out there alone?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Eddie is not a good man. Kind of a bad dude. Like, bad in the way that James is bad. Different, but the same. Eddie is not good. So that's cool. They've really leaned into just like making Eddie as much of a freak as possible upon just speaking to him, which like not a horrible choice, but I don't know how I feel about it. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm feeling about how they've decided to ref Eddie. A rifle round, you say? Cool, nasty. A good bean, he is not. Facts. He is not a good man. Oh, but there's ammo in there and I want it. Excuse me. We still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we would assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the witness checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Gonna let you check the body? No. No, we can just peer at it from afar. Map. Give me a map. Map, 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 map. Last time we saved. It's only been like 20 minutes. We're good. I had already kind of forgotten when it was that we last reset the game. It's not been that long. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Again, I'm kind of like, I want to get through this. No looking at bodies. Excuse? I do just kind of want to get through the game at this point. I'm still not necessarily like, I'm not trying to rush through it. I am trying to take my time and like explore, and I think we're doing like a pretty solid job of it. Hello? But with that being said, skitter away. Oh, do you like turn off after a certain amount of time? Well, that's annoying. I do just kind of want to get through it so I can finally form a full opinion on it. Hello? James! I thought it was getting ready to puke. It's doing it now. Okay. Yeah, I just kind of want to like, I don't know, I'm ready to get through it. Hello? Okay, do you want me to let you out? Don't vomit on me while I'm trying to let you out! Oh my goodness. More rifle rounds. Oh, hey, here's that second one. Are they really gonna do this for all three of the blocks? Because, like, I'm gonna scream if that's the case. Yeah, fuck that shit up. Sometimes you just gotta be annoyed with all the creatures. Oh, was I supposed to get in that way so that I could then, like, not get spat on? Okay. Well. Who's there? Okay, well, let me read this note. Cells to be cleaned up by Tuesday. Make sure to get the cons to do it by then. The previous tenant has been moved to death row as per the warden's orders. Okay. Anything? No, okay. Oh, what's this? That is a door with a snake that has no head. Cool. What have you written down, James? What have we... We've got the hornless ox and the headless serpent. I didn't even know that there was a hornless ox door over there. That's fine. And I did miss one cell, and I think that's just because I couldn't get in there. Unless... I could. Okay. That's all the cells here. So let's go to B block? Actually, how do I get into the chapel? Okay, we'll go over there in a little bit. For now, it's B block. What's here? Nothing. I can get into that other side from here. I don't know what's going on. Hello? Anything worthwhile in here? Here we go. I'm gonna heal up, because again, we do have an okay amount of health now, which is lovely. Can I invite you to contribute a question to the game we're making yet? You have not. I didn't know you were making a game. What's the dealio? That sounds cool. I like hearing about the things that folks I know are doing. Especially when it comes to, like, creative endeavors. Oh! Hello, man. It's just legs. Hey! 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 Rude. I'm just gonna drink that right now. We just drink it immediately. Oh, is that... Okay. I don't understand the point of some of these shortcuts. You wanna pull that? Is there... Okay, there's not really anything else to look at in B block, so I am gonna go back a little bit and look at some of these rooms back here. Can't go in there. But let's try and see if we can get into that chapel. Exactly what you're streaming, making content. It's our style, card similar to Cards Against Humanity or Red Flag, but it's in the world. All about decisions that you would personally make if you were in another world under different circumstances. Okay. That sounds cool. Like, I guess, like, questions like, how would you handle X situation? Or, given the choice between this and this, how would you handle that? Things like that. What is this? People with funny hats. Oh look, it's an image from the game of Blasphemous. I need to finish Blasphemous too. I kind of went really hard on it and then just sort of like stop. I wasn't feeling it as much as I was the original. Or not the original, but like the first one. Like it was good, but I think like the art style that they chose for like the cutscenes and stuff sort of like threw me. There were a few other things, but yeah, please do. I'm very curious. Hello? That's really awesome, though. Can I get in this side of the vestry now? No? Oh, I could before. Where were you? Where was he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? Hotman Schmo. What's this? Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know. And so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. For no matter how foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature provides. Fair enough. I'll like I said, I'll wait until after stream to check all of that out. But thank you for sending those to me. Again, excited to look at it. a couple, handful of friends, and I are, gonna be doing like a writing project in November. Not NaNoWriMo, not affiliated with that, but, I'm stoked about that. And I just like seeing what other people do creatively. Like, it's really exciting. Yeah? Just gonna make all sorts of noise in here? Was there a reason for that? Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just really exciting to see, like, the different kinds of things that, like, friends do creatively, you know? Okay, I have a weight. I said it was, like, the heaviest weight, right? I'm also working on a complete revamp and redesign of 5th edition D&D. He started before Wizards of the Coast people did it. I mean, this is not usually how it goes. That's cool too, though. Love these. It's been too long since I've played. So you need to get down. Okay. Love just tabletops in general. Good times. We haven't really explored anything over here. Hi, stairs! I would like to check the yard before I go down those stairs. I don't know that I can get into the yard yet, but we still have, like, the gallows here? No, but we do still hear the horses. Haven't peeked at the changes yet. You tend to after you finish up your overall. I mean, probably a good idea. Oh, we do still have the gallows here. Why is the floor so squishy? Can I not get up there? Wait, is this the prisoner puzzle? Is this what we've done with it now? What's this? That's here. Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end. Choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose. Let the judgment begin. Yeah, okay. This is the prisoner's one now. Which... I'm hoping that the other one has reviews on them. Kinda like that there were bodies. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four other weights I have to find. I'm thinking the one justified to die or the one who shouldn't have died. I think in the original you have to choose the one that was the one that was innocent. I'll have to like reread what it says there. Because it was incredibly unclear. Which... Oh. Yeah, it sounded... I don't know if this is what I want to do. Well, maybe the snake one is open now. Let's go look. Yeah, in the original, like I said, like it was. I think it's been a minute. I think it's you have to choose which one was innocent, and that's probably what they'll lean towards with this one. But I will need to double check it once I have what I need for it, because it does not seem like I have enough information. I imagine that we will have to find its counterpart. If they're going the route of the original, then with that, and then now can I go in here? No, okay, I think I need to have it like exactly on the little teardrop, which is kind of annoying, but hey. Okay, that's fine. I was like, I don't know where else to go. We need to go down the stairs. There should be like a counterpart to it where it's got like each one of the, okay, never mind, I can't go down here. And it like tells you which person has done what. Do a shrimp check and a hydrate. We are no longer shrimping. I just drank some water, but more. It's always good and important to drink some water. We've done it. We've dinked the oiter. Okay, where do I go though? Thank you as always. Reminder that y'all should also drink some water. Make sure you're not shrimping. Very important. Okay, this just goes back out to the yard. Excuse me. Actually, can I... If I do... Yes, okay. We can access the snake now. Understood. I was gonna say, like, I have to be able to, like, do something with that, because otherwise... I have nowhere else I can go. But it's fine. We can go into the headless snake room. Oh look, an electric chair. What do you mean footsteps on the wall? Oh. Oh, I saw. You gonna jump on my head? Because I'd rather you didn't. Just generally. You know, not a fan. People jumping on my head, squishing me like a bug. Where? Okay, well. A reminder to all guards, effective immediately, it is absolutely mandatory for everyone to familiarize themselves with the revised generator maintenance manual. We all remember what happened last time there was a spike, though I'm certain most of us would very much want to forget. We will not have another incident. I don't remember what happened. Would somebody like to fill me in? I'd like to know. Excuse me. Okay. Can I open this? Oh, fuck off, dude. It's a horse. Can you stop? Get down here. Goodness. Are you actually dead now? Like, why are we still buzzing? Why is my radio still making noise? Please. Oh. Okay. Can I get in there? Doesn't seem like it. That would explain why we still have sounds happening, though. That... We will be together soon. Somebody... coming in here? What's happening? James? What are you doing? Okay. Please. Don't see anything in there, but that doesn't mean jack shit. And I have checked all the doors now. Great. Hey, you want to go into the death chamber? That sounds nice. Love the death chamber. I am now at the point where I have quite a few bullets. Although I am gonna stick with melee for the time being. If I can. Can I go in here? No. Traffic. Okay. Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's, look, I played the original. I know what's up to an extent. I would always much rather just have too many bullets on hand than not enough. Especially since we're doing pretty okay on shotgun shells, but those are definitely more for boss fights than anything. I'm honestly saving those mostly for Abstract Daddy, because regardless of what happens, like what they've done to change it, I don't imagine it's going to be a good time. Do you want to come down here? Why do they fly? I have questions. We also try to maximize ammo conservation in any kind of game like this. I mean, it's just like the good thing to do, right? Like, once I get more familiar with it, I'm sure I can, like, balance out, I say this as if I'm gonna play, like, a whole bunch of times. We'll be playing a couple of times to get the different endings, but not out of enjoyment. But I'll also be doing, like, New Game Plus and stuff like that, so hopefully I'll still have all my things from before. Where is it? There it is. Fuck off. Okay, where's the other one then? Please? I don't know where it's gone. I can't open any of these. So what are we doing? Fuck. There we go. Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine, I get it. Sometimes you just gotta... Hello? Sometimes you just gotta go hog wild. Do a big old shoot. But I also, like, I don't know. Like, I know it's not just, like, exclusive to, like, Silent Hill or, like, Resident Evil and stuff like that, but it's like I have played both Resident Evil and Silent Hill often enough specifically that it's just like, no, I'd rather just, like, hold on to these for, like, the big encounters. Maybe on occasion when, like, one enemy is being particularly obnoxious. Don't spit on me. And yeah, it's like I just want to be prepared and safe at all times. Especially now that I've like gotten more familiar with the combat. I mean, again, I stand by it just being kind of clunky and it's not fun. The combat is not enjoyable. But so many of the enemies I can just take out with melee weapons. It's like, well, why would I waste my bullets? Especially since some of the bosses have already kind of been like, they have felt a bit like damage sponges. Like, I don't know that that's the case. Safety instructions, power transfer levels. Green, maintenance level, use to test before each use. Yellow, optimum level, maintain for safe operation. Red, danger. Do not operate, can result in power spike and system overload. Okay. We've tested. Can I go in there? No. Okay, so we have to, like... Oops, not what I meant to do. Yeah. How do I get all the... This is probably not the move, but it is a move. There we go. Just work your way from one down to the other. Ooh. Okay. Does anyone want to come to me? Oh, that door's open now too. Okay. This might be a situation where we use gun. Although, before we do that, how much... I only have 3 rifle rounds on me, okay. I was like, I might need to use my shotgun. Because we'll be getting a rifle sometime soon. I don't think it's the time to do that. Oh, I see him over there. Come in here? That guy's handled. Look, I could go out there, but I'm trying to conserve my health items as well by not putting myself super far in danger. Are you alive? Well, but who is behind me? James? James, I've hit the heal button. James, I've hit the heal button so many times now. Oh my god. Okay, please. Bro. Okay. Who's that? Oh, it's just another line figure. Do your spew. I blew up, says the lion figure. But now he's on the ground. And now he's getting stomped. And now we loot. Oh boy. It's loot time. More shotgun shells. You love to see it. I could have moved closer to bait them, or just stay in my safe little corner and not have to deal with all of the horrible things that were around. I'm happy to deal with all the horrible things that are around. James, I need the camera to work. I don't know why that's James's fault, but it is. We've just decided that he's gonna take the blame for that. Because of course it's James's fault. Why wouldn't it be? Look at this man. Of course it's his fault. Alright. Where are we? Excuse? problems for me? Okay, let's, I guess let's give ourselves a shortcut. Through there? Yeah, you're through there. Okay. Somewhere. Just want the nurse down. Okay, look. Where's the other guy? I know he's here. There he is. Where are you going? That's not where I am. James. I was trying to hit the button for you to dodge. And you decided you knew better than I did. And here's the thing I don't appreciate. You undermining my telling you what to do. I'm in charge here, Jamathan. James is just a masochist as well. Can he, like... Look. I'm not here to yuck on anyone's yum. But can he not do that now? Can he do that on his own time? Please? Consider. Look. Like what you like. But not now. That. Okay, alright. There's another one. There's another one. No, James! Not getting pinned to a wall by a nurse. Please, James. It's more accurate than you think. James is a bad man. That's not to say if you want to get pinned by a nurse to the wall, that makes you a bad man. No, not at all. Live your life. You get pinned. But James wants it for bad reasons. And is a bad man. Therefore, please, dear God, no thank you. Alright, where am I? Okay, so we need to go through E10. Understood. I was mostly just making sure I had, like, looted everything appropriately. Hello? That's fine. I don't need to kill every guy that I come across. Poor guy, he's just in everyone else's hell, his own included, and everyone hates him for it. It's true, though. Have a good time at the market, Barry. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. It's always lovely to see ya. Execution DR88. Oh. Hello? Okay, whoever is making noise, I don't think is gonna come get me. Note to medical staff. During last night's execution, the prisoner assumed to have been disabled simply stood up and approached the chair without any assistance. From now on, take utmost care when reviewing the prisoner's medical history. Guards need to be made aware how capable the prisoners are in order to avoid any incidents. Love that. Yeah, have a good time at the market. It was nice chatting for a little bit. Always a joy. Armory? Hi. What's this? Oh, it's a locker. With more rifle bullets. Rifle rounds. I don't know shit about guns. Yeah, it's time to go get gun. The thing that I don't know anything about. It's time to get that. Love gun. I do not love gun. But I like gun in video game. What's this? In the center of Silent Hill lies the town's major tourist attraction, Toluca Lake. But there's a darker side to this scenic, beautiful reservoir. What may seem a bread and butter local ghost story you've heard time and time again in this case, rings surprisingly true. One fateful fog-bound November day in 1918, a tourist cruiser called Little Baroness has set sail, never to dock again. Newspaper articles reporting the event contain no details of the ship's disappearance. Despite an extensive police search, neither a single fragment of the ship nor the remains of the passengers of the crew have ever been recovered. But in 1939, an even more bizarre incident has taken place. Many pages are torn out. Who knows how many souls were taken by the waters of Toluca Lake? Do the eyeless skulls of the damned stare hopelessly at the surface from below, yearning for a breath, or was there... Or was their mysterious fate different altogether? Well, I'm sure it's fine. I want to check the restrooms. I'm gonna... Dink-a-dink. Gotta-dink. Dink-a-dink-a-dink. Not allowed in the toilets. Which... Surprise. I have a body again. I've hydrated so much. So we will... Let's get our gun. And then we'll do a little save. And then... we will... I'll restart the game, and we will continue on. Like I said, it's probably gonna be like a longer... I mean, it's obviously already kind of a longer stream than normal. I'm sort of, like, determined to get through this. But we have saved. So yeah, we'll, take a very short break. And be right back.
Yeah! Fuck them up! Get them, kids! Oh, you want me to help? I'm gonna do it. I did it. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Alright. From close up he doesn't. From Silent Hill 4? Kinda looked like him for a sec. Oh, hey! Game's haunted! It's just... spooky. just...
Spooky. Spooky.
Right, hi again. Hi. Are you just happy to be here? I think you're just happy to be here.
So floppy.
Are you the floppy baby? Hello. It's all sweet, wholesome content today, y'all. Look at this cat. Look at this cat! Okay, I'll set you down. I'm sorry. For right now... Sorry. No. We're gonna be one of those games. Perfect. No! No! Fuck!
Miyako, why? How even?
I am going to murder this woman! Holy shit! You know what? I don't think I needed to kill Andres. I don't think I needed to kill him! Because it was fear that I needed to get out. Siegfried Nightmare, and I think I'll share a voice with Bronling from Ocarina of Time. In okay. Japanese voice actors. I see. Interesting. Who is making this bad noise? Is it you? I don't like... Get out of here, Knife Man!
It's a good thing for you. I laugh a lot, and also have no idea what I'm saying half the time, so I have to pause and go,
I also understand that. I'm on the toilet, I'm vulnerable! No! No! Let me pull my lantern out! Please? Please! Sir! I'm pooping! No!
Oh God, what are you? Why is your nutsack on the outside?
Hello, Father.
Hello. So fucking tight. Where'd you get the nose?
Spirit.
That is bad. Sorry.
Chat says hi, Dad.
Hi. Howdy.
What's up? Try it.
He smells like ham.
Oh no! Thank you for the 40 bits, Emmy. You made him on. I am back. Sorry, Farley was being very cute. And I needed the pet. He's in the cat condo, but he's got one leg sticking out and it's just straight out. So I was playing with his beans. Came over and I scritched between his beans. He spread his little paw and he was very happy about it. He's usually very protective of the toe beans. And I was like, no, those are mine, don't touch them. But occasionally I'll get him when he's ultra comfy like that, and he'll just be like, yes, I love this. And I love that. Love the kitty beans. Okay. We have a new weight. That's what we're doing. We have gone through the serpent room. So now we need to figure out which one we can access next. Fuck you. Sorry. The way I'm not gonna tolerate those stupid enemies anymore. No. Unacceptable. Get the fuck down from the wall. Okay, next one. Actually, we do... Okay. It's Ox. It's Ox time. Which is... we'll just go to the end of B block and then take a left. Okay. Trying to plot out my path ahead of time. Okay, whatever. Swear to God, if you jump on my head, I will lose my shit. We will not have a lovely time, pal. Get away from me. Get away from me. Well, James just doesn't want to turn the light on. I see you up there. Okay. Where are we? Stop looking. James, you have to aim at the enemy. Preferably. I would like it if you aimed for the enemy that's trying to attack us. That would be very helpful. Oh my god. Heal, James. The button for healing is so not responsive, and it's so annoying. It is bad to take when they own, they said they owned. When one does own, the other can't take. But I cannot own? Should the warden take? No, he shouldn't own again. I will take, I will own. Huh? Don't take, don't own. There's a guy up there. I seen him. Anything worthwhile around here? No? Okay. What was the point of crawling through? Oh. Hi, can you come down? Say hello? Can you do that? Who's making that noise? Oh, don't have that. Just pick that up. We're back to the whole, like, yeah, I could run away. But the game is being, like, really rude about how aggressive these enemies are. I got the cell block D key. And it's like, even if I'm to, like, shoot them, it's still just like I'm still being forced to engage, and it's kind of annoying. Morning route. Disruption reported. C140 yelling about C777 haunting him. Claims bars can't hold him. Administered sedative to C140. Noon lockup. Perform precautionary search of C777's cell, D5. No traces found of the prisoner leaving the cell unsupervised. Recommends further psychiatric evaluation of C140. Afternoon route. C140 and C777 missing from their cells. Alarm raised! Search in effect. Update. Bathroom door barred from inside. Efforts made to get them open. We don't hear anything from the other side. Evening lockup. Just nothing. No, no updates for the evening. Excuse me. Yeah, I gotta get into C4, but I also need to get into D5, or just cell block D in general. Also, bathrooms. Just save, so I'm not gonna do that now. That's blocked off. I can hear them everywhere, and I don't know where they are. It's like, fine, but I know I'm gonna get, like, jumped. James, what are you doing? Go forward. Unlock it. Okay. That's fine. What's down here? So that's C6. And the other bit is just a hole. What's here? Oh, that's where you are! I understand. Is there someone behind me? Like, what is happening? Oh, it's downstairs, actually. Can I be here? Oh, okay. So that's a shortcut there. That's nice. I mean, we did everything that we needed to in, like, the Serpent Ward, so I'm not worried about getting back in there. Also not particularly worried about getting back in here if we need to. Just, like... I don't know, it just seems... Fuck off. James! Heal! Sorry, I'm gonna keep getting mad at this man for not taking care of his damn self when I tell him to. You can hit him through the bars. You can do it. That noise? Kind of annoying. Just saying. What else do we have in here? Bullets. Shotgun shells. Can I get into D5? Yes. Yes, I can. Okay, well... Give me the shiv. Just a shiv key? Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? Now it's too late. I'm going for a walk. Okay. Well. Great. Delightful. But I can unlock this now. I can get out easily. And that's nice. Love a shortcut. Also haven't really looked at this side of the map yet, so... James, go through the door. What does that say? Saw someone walking around past lights out. Again. Whichever one of you that was, do I need to remind you that we must never leave your post without prior clearance? Next time I catch you, I'm reporting you to the warden. Do it. What else? C4, I guess. Because we've got the shiv key, so we can unlock that door now, I assume. James, you have to hit the enemy. You can't just swing around it. You have to hit the guy. Where? Again, dealing with these kinds of enemies is not scary, it's just annoying. Because I can't see them half the time. They're moving too quickly, and so it's like I don't know that they're there until they hit me. I mean, like, I know that they're there because I can hear them. I can't see him. He's coming. I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in. He'll get in. I still have time. I can make it almost through. He's close. I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. Flip that over. Let him come. Okay. What are we doing? Like, do you even know where we're going? the toilets. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. That's where we came from. Nothing here. Oh, hi! I dodged. James was in the middle of his dodge animation. Team. Get out. I hate this man. It's so bad. It's just everything. Well, at least we got some help. Is there anything else in this room that I need to loot? And by need, I mean can. It won't save. Okay. I mean, duh. Alright, gotta go to the changing room. Gotta go to the showers. Okay. We are in the changing room. And we got some bullets. You'll love to see that. Okay, by bullets I mean a singular bullet. Just the one bullet, actually. I told you, you didn't listen. He's here. Suddenly getting flashbacks to Downpour. Which, to be frank, I only played the once when it came out. The day that it came out. And I fucking hated it. There has been talks of revisiting it, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. Because, you know, not particularly high on the priority list is revisiting a game that I did not like. What? What's that noise? Stay down. Okay, I'm trying to get all of the items that I can that are in here, because apparently there are a lot of items. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep rolling my eyes at that every single time. There? Nothing. Nothing's there. Let's go ahead and drink up. And then stick her hand in hole. 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 Put your hand in that hole, James. Get your hand in that hole. Stop making me search for it. Just put your hand in the goddamn hole. Thank you. Can I just get out of here? Like, we've already looted the room, right? There's literally no reason for me to still be here. Jesus! Go through. see their feetsies. Alright, before we continue on, is that everything that I need to do here? It does appear so. Let's get out of here. Let's go down those stairs and leave. Boy. Where are the stairs? Okay, I see where they are. I had already kind of forgotten where they were located. But it's fine. Look, we're here now. Then we can go back to the yard. Yeah. And we can do a save, because it's been a minute. Excuse me. Probably should have done this after we put the weight down, but whatever. Heavy weight. Oh, pick it up. Bird is probably the last one we'll do, right? Yeah. Okay. It bore. More bore. James, can you stop being yourself? Can I get you to just, like, not do the things that you're doing? Now let's go ahead and health drink. Just so it gets him to stop from being hurt huffy at me. Excuse me. Oop. It's fine. Music, calm down. Whatever is around, I'm sure it's fine. I'll read this in a second. Yeah, it is fine. Okay. Sunday, morning route. Incident at the infirmary. D183 assaulted medical staff. Attempted to steal medication. Situation under control. Noon lockup. Rumors of disease spreading among the prisoners. Reported to administration. Afternoon route. E13 had a coughing fit. Reported to medical staff. James, put your gun away. You look like a dork. Where am I? What's in the warehouse? Can we focus on one enemy, please? James. Steal. Where did the wine figure go? Just away? Is it coming back? Yes. There we go. My goodness. Old man's always prepared. How many of these are there? How are we hanging in there despite James's pain kink? I mean, we're getting through it. We're doing it. It's like, it's a lot of like, just going back and forth right now, which, to be fair, was kind of what the prison was like in the original. It's just, I don't know. It's such a long game, and I don't understand why they decided to make it longer. Because it just kind of feels annoying being here as long as we've been here. Just like, hey, we don't need to do that. You gonna come through? Let me get those zomboid strats going. No, for sure. I mean, like, well aware, but it mostly just comes down to the fact that it's like, I don't know, the pacing in the original was pretty solid. And this just like, it just keeps going and it's not stopping. And like, the original game about 8 hours long. And then this one is like 12 to 13, and it's just like, I don't want to have to be here for that long. That what like ended up being my issue with Alien Isolation, right? It's just the length of it. It was a good game, and then it just wouldn't stop going, and it just kept going, and then it never fucking stopped, and you were there for so long, and it just got, I don't know, it just got away because it just got away with whatever it was doing because it just was too long. I can't even say it got away with it because I don't know what it was doing or what it got away with, but it just like was really frustrating because a lot of the times I know that there's like this whole conversation going on about like, oh, the longer the game the better, and it's like, in some cases sure, but not with horror. Tell your story, move on. Because, like, I don't know, it gets to a point where it's like, especially if it's trying to keep the tension up. I haven't been particularly scared during this game. I've had a couple of jump scares, but nothing lasting. It's like if you're trying to, like, keep the atmosphere tense, you can't. You need to kind of keep it shorter then, because to be able to hold up that tension for super long is really hard. And it ends up being a detriment if you can't do it. And so it's like 6 to 8 hours, perfectly fine length for a horror game. They don't necessarily need to be longer than that. You know, some games can pull it off, and that's cool. This is not one of them. Especially since it's like, I don't know, since it's so, I guess I'm like, again, basing this just on like my experience with the original. Excuse? Like, I don't know, I had a thought and then that scream, kind of made that leave my brain. It's fine, I'll think of it again in a bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I remember. The first game, like, it has its story that it wants to tell, and it does. And there are still parts where, you know, occasionally, because it's like an older game and it's a little convoluted at times, like, I'll give it that. It can be, even the original can definitely be, a little annoying in parts because you're like, I'm lost, I don't know what's going on. It kind of comes with the territory of it being a game as old as it is. But, it was still relatively short. Like, it was a long game, but it wasn't that long. And it came in, it told its story, and it said, okay, I'm not overstaying my welcome. And this one, kind of overstaying its welcome, I think. And it's one of those, like, I don't know. I know, and again, like, I know that I'm, like, taking my time and looking around and trying to find stuff. But even with that, it's still just kind of a long game. Locked himself in, took the key, none of the CEOs got a spare, but I know there is one. He was going nuts over the disease. See if the head nurse doesn't have it. Thinks he's safe up there. He'll get what's coming. Okay, who's gurgling back here? Oh, it's just Nurse. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. Oh, hey, remember this fucking puzzle? Remember this one? You had to get the wax figure and a lighter and a horseshoe and open up the hatch? I'm okay with them doing away with that puzzle. Quite frankly. But again, it annoys me that they keep drawing attention to all these things that they're like, hey, remember this one? And it's like, yes, Blooper, I do. Yes, Blooper, I remember. Oh, I know, Blooper. Boom. Headshot. Yeah. I don't know. It's just a long game. And I'm ready for it to be over. Also ready for my upstairs neighbors to stop stomping around. That would be nice. Regarding the emergency medical examination report, the report conclusions are incorrect. The prisoners are sick. Examinations are to be repeated until their condition is properly diagnosed. Use more invasive methods if necessary. We must know the true nature of this affliction. All else is secondary. No, but even then, like, even with me stopping and, like, reading chat and checking in on things and doing all that, like, it's still just, like, just incredible. And, like, I don't know. That's another reason why I'm, like, I just kind of want to, like, get through it so that I can, like, have a full opinion on the game as a whole, as opposed to just what I've experienced thus far, which, like, is not usually how I like to approach a game, because a lot of it does also, like, you have to go with the experience that you've had to, like, get to the end of it. Or, like, base your opinion on the experience you've had, is what I was trying to say, and did not fully make coherent. But, like, it just doesn't stop. Yeah, but, I don't know, it's not, I haven't found it to be particularly effective, most of it. Is the prioritizing, like, tense and stress over, like, terror-style horror. New rules of conduct effective immediately. Guards have to keep their distance from the prisoners at all times. Any attempts of approaching the guards by the prisoners are to be met with immediate disciplinary action. Prisoners are to be confined to their cells until further notice. And I mean, like, that's what the original did, was, like, make it more, just, like, more tense and uncomfortable than outright, like, terror, which is fine. I like those kinds of games. Like, I'm a fan of psychological horror. My issue with a lot of psychological horror is that it just falls into, like, these, like, really obnoxious tropes. Because people are like, oh, let's just do bad, see you later. And it's like, yeah, but there's other ways to, like, we can do other things. Please. Where is my camera going? Fuck off! Get down! There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just, my biggest complaint, honestly, is just how much combat there is. And how focused they want the combat to be. Because it's not good. God. Well, even if you time it quote-unquote perfectly, like, time it the way that you had before doesn't always guarantee that you're gonna dodge. And yeah, their lunge, like, the way that they, like, rubber band to you is insane. Like, there is no consistency with any of it, and it's, like I've said before, like, some of it I can understand because it is Blooper Team's, like, first attempt at doing combat. As far as I'm aware, all of their previous games had not had any combat in them. And so, like, I can kinda, there's some stuff that I can forgive, but, like, I was talking about it yesterday. The issue comes down to the fact that it's, like, Silent Hill, like, the main franchise, like, and I guess I'll say the main games, 1 through 4 is what I consider main games for Silent Hill, were not combat focused at all. Yes, there was combat, and yes, there were boss battles, but it was more from, like, your general wandering around. It was very much like you have the option to fight, but you're not particularly, like, prepared for it, and it was just there to, like, add some extra tension and some, like, stress, because it's like, okay, well, do I choose to fight with, like, what limited, you know, supplies I have, or do I just run away and deal with this at a later date? And a lot of this is just kind of like, it pushes it to the forefront. It's not a combat focused game, is this remake, but they have pushed it more forward than they needed to, which then it ends up being like, well, why did you do that if, like, you've not done combat before? Like, it's just it's a really clunky system, and I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it. Repeat examination report conclusions. None of the exams show any clinical sign or symptom of a life-threatening illness, contagious or otherwise. Recommended endurance tests were also performed. The results have been submitted directly to the warden as per his specifications. Yeah, so just, like, they could have made it, even if they had made combat more of a highlight for the game. I wouldn't want them to do it like they did with Homecoming, where it's like, oops, all combat, oops, all action rolls. But if they wanted to bring combat more to the forefront, that'd have been fine. I get it. You're trying to modernize this game. That's fine. I can cope with that. The issue is just that, like, it's not a tight combat system. Absolutely. And again, like, I can be fair regarding, like, the whole, like, oh, I get that it's hard. It's just, like, it's one of those things, like, it was a weird thing to prioritize in a game that didn't necessarily require it, I guess is what I'm getting at poorly and slowly. Because it takes me forever to get to a point. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, it didn't have to be what it is for this to be a good game. But they did put a lot of focus on it, and they did kind of thrust it to the forefront of the game. And it's like, it's just not... It's one of the weaker points of the game, honestly. And maybe that's just because I've been doing, like... I've been focusing on, like, melee combat, and I haven't been using, the ranged weapons super often. But even then, it's still just kind of like... It's just annoying. I think. Yeah, and, like, I don't know, like I said, like, I'm cool with the concept of, like, modernizing a Silent Hill game. Excuse me. And making there be more combat in it without it being, like I said, like, without going into, like, the action horror, concept. Like, you can you can add combat to a horror game and not have it be action horror. But it takes like a very specialized understanding of that, I think, to be able to implement it in a way that like works well. And this was not it. This didn't do a great job. It's interesting to see what Blooper has implemented as far as combat, and I wouldn't necessarily be against seeing new types of combat in their future games, or like seeing them try and like hone the combat in future games. It just feels like a weird... Silent Hill 2 just feels like a weird place to like have that be your jumping off point of like, okay, like, sure, we've not done combat anymore, but let's try and make like new weird mechanics that weren't really there before. I don't know. Oh. That last one was a very good example of run, hide, or die. Yeah, I mean, like, Outlast as a whole, I guess, like, we'll exclude Trials from that, because there's not really combat, but there are, like, mechanics for getting enemies off of you, because it's co-op. But it's like Outlast and, like, Amnesia and stuff like that are, like, nope, you have no means, and again, excluding, like, the newer one, Bunker, was it? I think Bunker had, combat in it. But, like, it just, I don't know. It feels like a weird place to be like, oh, let's try and, like, make combat mechanics a thing in Silent Hill 2. Just a strange place to start. I really did not like Outlast 2. There was, like, a lot of transphobia in it, and I was, like, highly uncomfortable with it when it came out, and it wasn't, like, not uncomfortable in the whole, like, oh, like, it's talking about, like, heavy topics, and I'm uncomfortable when heavy things are brought up. It was just, like, really uncomfortable because it's like, oh, you are actively villainizing this character, making this character do really fucking repulsive things, and are saying they're doing it because they are trans. It was just, I wasn't a fan. It's easier to be scared or anxious when you can't fight back. Exactly. It's like, it takes away, like, your one, like, the one aspect of control that you have in not the only aspect of control that you have in your video game, but it takes away, like, a big part of that, like, control and safety that you have in your video game. And just makes you incredibly vulnerable and susceptible to all the enemies and all the bad situations in your video game. Excuse you! I'm talking! Yeah, and like I like those kinds of games. I also like games, like I like horror games that have combat. Like I said, like I really like the Resident Evil series. Really a big fan of like Dead Space. There's room for all kinds in horror games, but it's just like, I don't know, back with this, it's like just a weird choice to be like, let's figure out how to do combat with this game. Okay, let's get the bird. Not that. There we go. Okay, it's bird time. Let's go ahead and do this. So yeah, I don't know. That was like a really long-winded spiel about my feelings on combat in Silent Hill 2 Remake and combat in horror games in general. Like, there's a time and a place for all of it, and it can work in lots of different situations. that or none. Excuse me. But it's a little janky. It's a little janky in this one. Okay, is that the stairs? Yes, those are the stairs that I would like to go down. Let's go down. Fuck off! Oh, God. And of course, the entire time that they're moving, my radio was not making a single fucking noise. Okay. Sure. That's fine. I didn't want to go back up anyway. Okay, where am I? Excuse me. Let's peek. Find what we can find. Go ahead and drink that, James. Completionist tendency may be causing you to kill more of the enemies than need be. I feel most people always try to clear all enemies if they can. Look, I would gladly walk away from most of them, but as we have seen, a lot of them will pursue you into other rooms. And so, or there have been a number of times where I have wanted to disengage and no longer be in a fight, and would have been allowed to run away from the original, and they've just kind of made the exit really hidden and not easily noticeable. And so... Or, there will be times where it's like, if I'm gonna go, like, I'm gonna try and leave and I can't because they've just, like, pinned me in a room. Like that. And so, like, the game has intentionally put you into a bunch of different situations where, like, disengaging is not exactly your best option. And that's where a lot of my complaints are coming from, is in what I mean by, like, they're putting combat more as a focus, where it's like, disengagement is not necessarily the choice as much as you want it to be. Because, oh boy, let me tell you, I would love nothing more than to just walk away from most of these enemies, but I also need to be able to get supplies, and there tend to be a lot of enemies near said supplies. And, like, to be able to explore and look at a bunch of stuff. Wait, don't look at that yet, please. Okay, never mind. No, I saw the ladder. I would like to just wander around, like I said, get supplies. So I would like to finish looking at the floor that I'm on before continuing ahead. Because I'll probably come back anyway, but I'll have less stuff to deal with at that point. James, please. James, please. Heal. Oh, that's my last syringe. Where did it go? Oh, yeah, no, that's... That is probably where I need to go. We did come from, like, the upper floors, but that was, like, on the other side of this section. But I hadn't looked at the rest of the floor. I wanted to take up getting all the stuff. Okay. Yeah, the big question mark just means, like, that's the area you want to go to. Okay. Get out of there. Got shit I need to look at. Oh, is this gonna be another one of those, like, oh, remember this from the first game? Yeah? Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. What are you saying? That's fine. I mean, that is a callback to the original, which I like. Although that was a whole hallway that was dedicated to it. Thank you for the shrimp check and the hydrate. We are not slouching, and we are dinking. Due to recent acts of inmate violence, prisoner D239 has been transferred to solitary confinement cell F6. Okay. Okay. F6. I mean, that's... Excuse me? F6 is where the weight is. That's where we saw it. F6 and F5 are now open. Is there anything else in here? Does not look like it. So let's... I wonder if the ladder is the way out of this area, actually. So yeah, let's finish what's on this floor and then we'll go up. I still need to look at F4 as well. Okay. Around the corner. And around the corner once more. What's in here? Woman in flight. Harley, get out from under there. Thank you. 436 people at a recital. Burning Man. Delightful. Am I gonna need to know these? Probably. Well, I could have just gone through that door. I didn't have to go all the way through. Oh well. Okay, let's go through F5 and F6. What a bad room. Before we grab that, let's read the note. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't let them take you. And now you're still there, aren't you? Nah. Excuse? Okay, well. Can you let me out? You just gonna just pull a pee for a while? Excuse me? Be good? Okay. Whatever. Let's go to that ladder. That was very blooper of them. Let's see. Nothing back there. Where are we? We're back on the main floor. So let's... I got the last weight, right? Do I need it? noise. I'm sure it's fine. Oh! Okay. I have to put the lightest weight to get to the sword, right? Please. Yes. No, put that there. There we go. Sometimes you just need to wiggle everything around a whole bunch. Execution lever, you say? Okay, well, let's do this. And actually, hold on a second. Everyone's guilty. There should be one that's innocent, but we'll see. Put that there. Okay. What? Oh, this is weird and I don't like it. Okay. For your grace, I do not plead. For the flames I did set free. Sister shriek and child cried. No one made it out alive. So there's our arsonist. In truth, he was less man than beast. And on my flesh and soul he feast. My will to live, he tried. Nope, that's not it. Though the young one's death I mourn, their tormentors are no more. On young souls the nuns did pray, took their innocence away. Ooh, oh, don't like that implication. I departed with great haste, leaving not a single trace, ever faithful to my creed. All is right when feeds my greed. Or which feeds my greed. My only daughter, joy of days, they wanted to take you away. Hush, little baby, and be still. If I can't have you, no one will. Woo! Alright. You were oh so kind to me, filled my heart with joy and glee. In the end, it was for naught. Why, oh why, you ask, why not? What were those reasons, you might ask? The truth allow me to unmask. I see, I crave, I need, I take. So the sense of its soul. Okay, so that's going to be the nuns, right? For your grace I do not plead, for the flames I did set free. Sisters shrieked and children cried, no one made it out alive. Though the young ones' deaths I mourn, their tormentors are no more. On young souls the nuns did pray, took their innocence away. Well, I mean, I don't disagree with it, except for the fact that you killed all those kids. Not great about that. The wealth of others I did take, the seventh statute I did break, and yet my deeds I don't regret. I had my reasons. That is that. That's our, Broadster, who is I departed with great haste, leaving not a single trace. Ever faithful to my creed. All is right, which feeds my breed. I took the child, you were quite right, carried her off into the night, did not scream, did not bawl. I was her father after all. My only daughter, joy of days, they wanted to take you away. Hush, little baby, and be still. No one can have you. Or if I can't have you, no one. Yep. Once the sun has ceased its rain, I cut through the rusty chain, pushed the door and stuck within, filled my pockets to the brim. Oh wait, no, this goes... Right. I had my reasons, that is that. What were those reasons, you might ask? The truth will allow me to unmask. Okay, yeah. Filled my pockets to the brim. That goes there. Mommy dearest, mommy sweet, your love for me was so deep. Why oh why, you shouted out, when my knife pierced through your heart. You were oh so kind to me. It filled my heart with joy and glee. In the end, it was for naught. Why oh why, you asked? Why not? And then I waited long, I bid my time. I waited to commit my crime. The man appeared, he saw me not. A bloody end is what he got. In truth, he was less man than beast. On my flesh and soul he'd feast. If I will to live, he'd try to break. There is so much a man can take. Guilty. Guilty. Well, hold on. You have to go up, you'll see where every puzzle is constantly under attack by enemies paced out, so one person has to solve and the other cover the one swapping if need be. Oh god, no thank you. All my flesh and soul he feasts, my will to live he'd try to break. Okay, I'm assuming that this person's gonna be the one that we consider not guilty. Cause it sounds like they were being abused, and they only killed the abuser. Honestly, though. That being a brutal thing for a horror game. Yeah. Yeah, that person's guilty. That person's guilty. 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 So, 6 is innocent? Well, that's not what I wanted to do, James. Holy, but once on a rope straight end. Choose the one justified from among the damned. Okay, yeah. We gotta choose the one that's not guilty, so we're gonna choose... this one. Did I do it right? Did I fuck it up? I don't have a map for this place. James won't say it, but I will. Oh, yeah, we did it right. I know this room. Yeah. I think if you choose the wrong ones in the original, you just get, like, you get attacked by enemies. So I'm assuming we've done it right. It's time to jump in that hole. James in hole. James in hole. Jump, James. Jesus. I liked it better when James was just like, polling ground, in we go. Oh wait, we're just waking up. Okay, never mind. James in hole. James in hole. Let's go. Let's go, James. Let's get in there. Hole it up. Man's propensity and tendency to bury himself is alarming. Listen. James knows he's got places to go. Things to do. Holes to jump into. Yeah, that's fine. Just close. Excuse me. How many holes have we? Yeah, how many holes have we gone through thus far? At least 5. Because there's been the... what, 4 here? And then there was 1 the other day. We just, look, we've stopped counting how many holes we go into. We just go into hole. Sometimes you just gotta go in hole. Is that so bad? Okay, let's do a save. And at this point, honestly, I don't remember when it was that we last closed out the game. But we should be fine. It's fine. It's just whispers. About 30, 45. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's definitely not been, like, an hour. And usually it's about, like, the 2.5 hour mark that the game starts tripping out, but we'll see. Alright. The Boffa man, later identified as Thomas Oro, lumberjack, Ag-39, was discovered in the lying fa. The probable cause of Dia has multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated E of death was somewhere between 11 p. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Oro had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police ect that Tiv was not robbery of crime eon. Oh god, it's abstract daddy time, isn't it? Hold on a second. Excuse me, I just start getting emotional. That.
Please. I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please.
Angela? Angela, it's me.
No. Please. Daddy!
Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? load. Where is he? Angela? Oh, there she is. She kind of just vanished there. Okay, just nothing in there? Okay.
Ain't you sick? Care of you all these years. What I did? Look at me!
Where do we go? Oh, fuck! Hi! I can't see! I can't see! Okay, okay. Yeah, he's not great. I kind of... I don't know. I was curious as how they were gonna do this fight, and I don't hate this. Like I've said, like the boss fights so far in this game have been pretty solid. This was just definitely one where it was like, okay, like how are they gonna do it? They've not, you know. Looper's not been particularly good with heavier content. Like they've not shown to be particularly good dealing with it before. Pretty solid so far. James, reload. The faster the better, buddy. Hey, I am going to switch over to the pistol now, because I've used over half of... Oh, God. Sorry. Just realizing that skin. I'm gonna swap over to the pistol just so I'm... because I've used over half my shotgun bullets. And we've used most of our rifle ammo. Lucky. long takes. Very exotic. God. Angela?
Nothing. No one cares. Best for you. What you are.
That's a dead end. Sir? I heard something I did not like. James, is that hurting us? Wait, is that an item? Back off! Reload. Maybe don't reload. James, I need you to reload, bud. Oh! Oh, he's zooming. James, you have to heal. James, you have to heal. Reload. Oh my god. Oh. Hey James, I told you to equip your shotgun, but there we go. There we go.
Okay, Angela. It's okay. Calm calm down.
Don't order me around!
I'm not. It's okay. It's over.
Don't even try.
Try what?
Like you don't know. I see what you're doing. It's always the same with you. You're only after one thing.
Angela, please.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead. Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did. You disgusting pig. I hate you. I hate you.
Angela. I don't know who you think I am, but I don't want to hurt you. I just want to get my Mary back.
You're Mary. Your own little Mary. At least she was. For a while.
What?
Admit it. You didn't want her around anymore.
No.
You probably found someone else.
No!
I need to find my mama.
I never.
And Blooper lost me. We're not stupid. I feel like I need a moment to like figure out my thoughts. It's the explicitly stating the abuse that Angela went through. That was not explicitly stated in the original game. It was just heavily alluded to between the monster design, the way that Angela behaved and reacted, and some of what you read through like the newspaper articles and things like that. Blooper, I know that media literacy is not a strong suit for a lot of people anymore. However, don't need to hand it to us. Show, don't tell. Show, don't tell. Sorry, that annoyed me. I like how they showed Angela up until this point. Up until this. That just really, that irked me. And that's more a reflection on Blooper than it is on the character or anything like that, but that's just fucking infuriating. Sorry. Okay. And then James's whole thing, and that being just... I will have more coherent thoughts at a later date. I just needed to yell about that. Yell about that one. We will probably find a safe spot and then call it here for today, because I've been streaming for 5 hours. And we still have quite a bit to get through of this here video game. Because at the bare minimum, we've got the hotel to get through, which will probably take, at minimum, a couple of hours. Sorry, that I didn't hate that fight up until I didn't hate the fight. It was a little long-winded in some spots. Just a lot of running around. But you know what? Fairly decent way to kind of not necessarily put you in Angela's shoes, but to get the point across. Some of the little voices that we heard from the television still a little on point, or a little on the nose, but that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna call it here for now. Because I need to think about that. This was one of the fights that I was, again, not necessarily like looking forward to the most, but I was incredibly curious as to how they were gonna adapt it. And the fight itself was fine. It's the dialogue after. It's just the dialogue after the fact. Like, literally, they could have just left it at, like, they just didn't have to do the whole, like, you could just force me, because it's like, we get it. We do understand. And it's not to say don't touch on the topic, because obviously we are. That's what the whole fucking boss is about. But, like, it's just, like, it mostly just comes down to just Blooper treating its audience like they're stupid. And just constantly just telling you that this is what this is. And it's like, yes, I understand. Subtext is a thing, that people can pick up on and understand, and you don't have to just, like, handhold. That's probably been, like, my biggest annoyance with some of this, and some of it, like, I've tried to kind of write off as, like, well, I can, like, see what they're saying, and because I know how the game ends, like, I'm reading into it and being like, oh, they're telling me, but, like, there's just, I don't feel like there is any subtlety to anything that they've been covering so far, especially when it comes to the dialogue. Like, there was that part where Maria and James were in the bar, and she was like, or it was at some point, I don't remember when, but they were together, and she's like, you did love her, didn't you? Didn't you? And it's like, okay, way to hammer home the fact that we now know that, you know, James didn't. Like, we get it. We understand. You could just put the breadcrumbs there as opposed to fucking hitting me over the head with it. It's just annoying and frustrating and obnoxious. But yeah, that is my current thoughts on that. I will have more coherent thoughts tomorrow, potentially more coherent thoughts tomorrow, as I think about it, and also after we, you know, get through more of the game. Hopefully we'll finish it tomorrow. Dear God, please let us finish it tomorrow. For now, let's go through a raid. Fruity is streaming, with Ojin and Sylvie, and they're doing some Fire Emblem. So let's go say hi to our friend Fruity. Yeah, like I said, plan is to be back tomorrow, to hopefully finish this. If you're gonna raid with us, the raid messages are above. First one is for everyone. It's got global emotes. Second one's for subscribers. It's got our channel emotes on it. But yeah, for now, everyone, take care. Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Have a good time zone, pals.